All right, everybody. This is Scoots, and this is interesting because this is a new show we've never done before, and so I don't know how this is going to go. And maybe I guess I'll do it. I'll try to remind myself to do just a 5 minute setup is what I'll do. So you're hearing me after I do the 5 minute setup because now future me knew how this is structured, where current me does not. So I'm not sure what I said there, but great job, Scoots. We're covering a show that has two names, depending on where you are in the world. The Great British Bake Off is what it's called. But that's the easiest thing to say. I like saying Great British Bake Off, but here in the U.S., it's known as the Great British Baking Show. And I'm going to be covering Series 3, or Series 9, though let's see, on Netflix it says... So this is, again, confusing because it's just where you live in the world. Let me see here how it is listed on Collection 6. If you're watching in the U.S. on Netflix, it's Collection 6, although I think in the U.K., the Great British Bake Off, it's Series 9. So if you're confused, that's because of, because we live in a world like where, somebody say, well, that's how we do it here. So I guess this part of the show, which I don't know who's going to be hearing this, this is going to be so long that I'll break it up on Patreon. And I think, but the recap part will probably be on the public feed. So, hey, what's up? Thanks for listening to the show. And I guess I'll hit play. And so this is Biscuits week. And it starts off with, for me, because, so I don't know if I said this in the thing, but I never have watched or sat down and watched. I probably had, there probably been times I've watched the show. Well, I've been in the same room as the show's been on, but I've never sat down and watched the show. And oh boy, do I love it. This may be the most Sleep With Me, the greatest confluence of Sleep With Me in television ever. This is there's so many, I guess I could go off on so many tangents about, now, I've only watched one episode like 5 times, but so my biggest question is how am I going to fit all this into one 50-minute, 45-minute portion? A really good pacing, really well shot, really great, just well done all around. So I guess what I'll do is I'll try to read through here. But because I know the reason I said I've never watched the episode before, and then I started with Collection 6 or Series 9, is that I was already totally confused because I said, wait a second, it starts off with a WTF moment. Okay, so it starts off with this WTF moment. Now, I knew that Noel and Sandy were the comedian hosts of the show, kind of. But for some reason, they're dressed up as, so I must have missed something from obviously I missed something clearly, and I don't know all the relationships, but so they're dressed as, Noel is dressed as Doc Brown and Sandy's dressed as Marty McFly. And he's saying, we got to get back. And that Prue tweeted the winner. So they're going from August 28th, which I'm presuming is the beginning of when they filmed the 9th series, back to October 30th when they revealed the winner. Prue's about to tweet the name of last year's winner or this year's winner. I guess so she tweeted the winner by accident because then Paul is sitting next to Prue on a couch as she's tweeting something out. Well, let's see what time it is. So I don't know why it was with the Back to the Future thing. I don't know if that's a theme. 20 hours, which is 12 is, it's 10 a.m. It's 8 p.m., I guess. Oh, but it's 10 a.m. So Prue tweeted it out at 10 p.m., but they're heading out at 10 a.m. So they're going back in time and back in time. Then we start to see the beautiful mood setting that they do on this show with lambs and ducklings, Kim Joy. Okay, let's just go right into the people's outfits because because I'm not sure if, like, I don't know any of the behind the scenes of the show, but the outfits on or what people are wearing is just amazing. Usually, I don't know, in my opinion, like, I guess I was just so surprised, and I don't even have like one of those 4K Ultra HD TVs. I just have a regular, I got my TV in 14, I think, maybe. I don't know. I probably talked about it on the podcast. Last of the plasma TVs, when they stopped making them, I got one on discount. It was also, I got paid off my student loans, I think, or maybe I paid off my credit card. So it was like a celebratory thing. I'd been not drinking for a year. So, but okay, so back to it. So first up is Kim Joy. She has on, she's like a lovely, this yellow headband, and then her shirt or her blouse has summer treats on it, but really like in these pastels, like it's a cream-colored shirt with pastel-colored popsicles and ice cream cones. And she's they're all talking about how intense it is, how beautiful it is there. Then there's Bryony, sorry, I'm like falling behind already, but Bryony. So everybody's like kind of talking. Also, they're talking about how being in the tent is like, there's been more people in space. It's like being a pro football player. Can't believe it. See it on TV. It can't be real. Then we have stressful as a thesis. So we're getting like a series of shots of the characters, some decorations. We see Prue. Prue is like, and we'll cover the facts. Maybe we'll cover it on Patreon. I'm not sure. Let's see, nerves, thesis, surreal. Yeah, less people have been in that tent than in space. 12 new bakers, 30 challenges. Great, good. Oh, someone wants to be Star Baker once. I think that was Manon, but I'm not sure. And I would like to see, Bruce says, I'd like to see more imagination, more color, and above all, I'm reading the more delicious things. And Bruce's outfit is beautiful. Then Paul Hollywood. We're going to have some new challenges, some they've heard of, some they have not. Oh, I just saw a man, and she has watermelons on her shirt. And then Terry, it looks like he has, is that his name? He has a shirt with, and then Dan has a big blue flower print shirt. Dan's one, Starbreaker once. That's a great goal, Dan. Okay, so then we have the intro, which we'll skip. Then we show. So this place, if you've never watched the show, the opening shot at 54 minutes left and 55 seconds, it's on some estate somewhere. There's this manor type house, and then green grass, trees, farmland, and then the tent, which I guess is like where they do everything. And man, you can have a tent look like a white plastic thing on the outside, but look great on the inside. But having this manor, I don't know if this is a drone shot I'm looking at, but it's pretty, let's say, there's a creek. Again, there's wildlife. There's wildflowers. And then this goes right into it. Let me read my notes for a second. And well, I guess I'll do it. Let's see. British Bake Show. That's the sky shot. Fields, flowers, music. Then there's voiceover from Sandy. Bakers will face 3 challenges. Then we'll get the Star Baker. Then someone will have to unfortunately go home. And Noel says, hey, bakers, this is the first signature challenge. 24 regional biscuits, Sandy says. Sandy has a blue star shirt on with different blues. Oh, yeah, let's go through the everybody's outfits, because this, I mean, really is important. It really left an impression on me. Okay, so now we have the judges and the hosts, I would say. So Sandy has on a navy blue or navy blue shirt with stars printed on it. Different stars, turquoise, light blue, royal blue. Then Noel has on a 3-tiered shirt. It's like a pink on the top. It's a long shirt, very his style. His sideburns are rocking. And the top of the shirt is pink with a just kind of like a leopardish print, but not really a leopard print. Then it's a white brick wall, and then a light blue at the bottom, just a light blue color. Peru has on a dress that I can't quite grasp the color because it's so wonderful. It's somewhere in between orange and red. I don't know, in a way that just like, I mean, perfect for television. Holy mackerel. Then she has on this necklace that is multicolored, like, almost like sticks or something, or looks like I mean, it doesn't look like coral, but like a coral type fingers, but it's made of probably plastic or some other thing. But it's so colorful. And again, the colors just pop. And then she has on these, her glasses, her frames are in barely translucent, popping blue that highlights the blue in her necklace and perfectly contrasts with her dress. And then Paul Hollywood, he has on jeans and then a denim shirt, but he pulls it off. I don't think I can. I've tried to, I've thought about it, and he looks good in it. And his jeans fit him in a way that he doesn't look like, he doesn't have like, he looks stylish and not like a dad. I mean, maybe a tiny bit dad-like just because of, I don't know, but his shirt is like pressed. Like that's the other thing with denim shirts. I can't get them, so that's our coverage of the Great British Bake Off. Thanks everybody. I'm kidding. 24 regional biscuits, they have to be traditional from a village or region in Britain, sweet or savory, depending on their history. And the British might, they must mean something to the baker. Then Noel has a joke at Sandy's expense, identical across each thing. On your mark, get set, bake. And then everybody goes into action. They're kind of saying, oh boy, like most people are starting with their butter. Difficult to make rules. They repeat the rules twice, in voiceover. Oh yeah, with the voiceover a couple times. Paul, they gotta be unique. They have to have their own stamp on them, but recognizable. And if it's a shortbread, it better melt in the mouth, Bruce says. If it's a ginger snap, it should snap. Regional perfection, Paul says. First baker, Bryony, she's nervous. She says she has in like this mustard colored shirt with kind of a nice print on the sides of it, a little bit like stained glass. And then they have these family sequences. Again, this is a really well made and produced show. Like, so they have Bryony and her daughter. She's making apple cider Empire briskets with caramelized apples and vanilla shortbread. She's boiling eggs for her biscuits, and she's going to sieve the yolks. Paul's like, what are you talking about? A short structure, Brian, he says. And he says he's never heard of it, but Bruce says, sounds lovely. And and Sandy says, don't let him get you. He's like, he's a splainer. And then we have everybody, lemon Shrewsbury. This is Dan, rich crumbly biscuit. Works at home, he says. So, but he's stressed. I like Dan a lot. Then they show Dan at the duck pond with his kids. Barnaby and Constance makes this whole fish dinner for them. Lemon and strawberry Shrewsbury's. We'll cover this now. Noel goes up to him. What's up? All right. You don't sound like you're all right. He goes, yeah, I'm, a little. He goes, do you usually chill and bake? And Dan says, yeah. And then he says, well, it looks like you turned that around. And so I had a laugh at that, obviously. So let's see. Stained glass, clotted cream. I think I got to look that up at some point. Mannon's talking about her clotted cream. She's going to spread some on the top. Oh, she says, when she discovered it in England, she's from France, worked on an egg farm, baking with her family, eating apples and making apple pie. But she's making hazelnut Cornish shortbread. She's from Brittany, And she said Cornwall kind of reminds her of home, so she wanted to do it. Clotted cream. Oh, Ruby's making clotted cream, masala, chai, flats. We'll get back to it. She's like doing, I don't think she's really using a real clotted cream. Project manager Ruby's, they show her working out, doing some boxing. She's making masala chai Devon flats with dark chocolate. Now they're asking like, hey, what do you think the texture is going to be? Is it soft, medium, or hard? She goes, well, I've practiced. I'm not winging it. And then they're talking. So then they kind of go again. They do these different sequences of shots of everybody prepping. And then like forewarning voiceover or descriptive voiceover. Coconut and fennel. Okay, let me get back to my notes because that got away. Sandy gives love, Bristol twist on regional biscuits. Bryony, her daughter making Play-Doh, lots of laughs, artwork, apple cider, vanilla shortbread. There I put balls of JERK. Noel rolls up. Oh, that's so funny when he jokes. Mannin, clotted cream, cottage cream. Oh, I don't know if cottage cream is a thing either. Gaelic flair, Brittany in France. Clotted cream and Ruby. Oh, and Ruby's pot is like some nice dried herbs that she's using. Clotted cream substitutes. She works in the train business, too. Oh, and this is my first, so we get there's a lot of alliteration here. And again, here's the thing, if you have a child or a young child, like a teen or a tween, this is a show in the podcast, not only for them to sleep to, but to watch, because holy moly, is there a lot of, learning good words, even though I don't know if the SAT is going to be around anymore. I guess they could just use, if they're in spelling bee or something. But again, if you love alliteration, I guess I got to get a pen for alliteration watch. I started counting like later, but this one has a killer combination of cardamom, clove, and cinnamon. And that's a masala. That's what's in her bowl. Soft medium is what she says. I put Julian sometimes instead of Noel because of Bush. I always thought those two were, I said, he looks more like a Julian and Julian looks more like a Noel to me. So when I read about them, the creators of Mighty Boosh, I said, oh, okay, that's who's who. But I made a rear end out of all of us. Then we have Rahul. He's doing coconut and fennel. And then Paula gives him a hard time about how he talks too much, like a bit like he could be on this podcast. But I don't find him boring. He says, oh, yeah, I do talk a lot. Also, oh, boy, his shirt. I got to get to his shirt. Let me hit play up here. He has this great shirt on, too. They also show him Skyping with his parents, and his dad says, you got to shave and cut your hair. He's actually a nuclear scientist. Fennel and coconut pithecili Bannock. So he has on a lighter colored denim shirt. So he has a lot of layers. I could learn a lot about styling from the show. But underneath his denim shirt, he has on like a white shirt with blue stripes, but they're like a light blue. I don't know what you call it when it looks like it's painted on. It's not painted on, but so, I don't know, like it looks really cool. Your denim shirt, nuclear scientist, dad wants him to get a haircut. Then we have, whole fennel. Even Sandy gives him a hard time at the end about talking. Then we have Imelda. She's from the Northern Ireland. She's doing a Hearty Oats, cherry and white chocolate oatmeal biscuit. Which, I'm a big fan. Those flavors are flavors I'm a fan of. Wholemeal flour, she says, which I marked. Sandy and Paul start talking about BMs. So I said, wait a second. Come on, you two. Then we have Luke. Luke's pretty hip. He's like, he's the charmer on this one. He's making lime, I guess, ginger nuts. I said, who you calling a ginger nut, son? He's a DJ and a civil servant, Yorkshire ginger nut. So he's representing Yorkshire. He is really charming, though. Like, I'm not making fun of him. He's layered too. He is on a white V-neck and then, like a not a Hawaiian print shirt, but like something. Then they show him Sheffield DJing. Ginger nuts do look delicious. Lime buttercream in the middle. My stomach just growled. And they say, Paul says, make sure you get the balance right, dude. Ginger and lime. But he seems pretty confident. His shirt's like clouds and birds, I think. Then like you have these little comedy breaks. So then we have a comedy break with Sandy and Noel, and she flashes a flashlight, and he says, what's my line? 1 hour. What's my motivation? She hands him some cash. And he says 1 hour. And I don't know, just a funny little sequence. Kim Joy's rolling out her shortbread. Each and every biscuit must be uniform in shape, they say. And they're even weighing them out, each biscuit ball or flat, depending. Some people are making sandwich ones, so they say, oh boy, that's twice his work. Anthony he's a banker. He loves Bollywood, they say. They show him cooking at home. He's making his looked really delicious. Turmeric and caraway goosenarg cakes with mango chili jam. And I'm a big turmeric fan. And then he and Sandy dance. He shows Sandy a little dance move, really easy one, with the legs and the hands going up and down. And then they dance together. And then Kim Joy laughs. She goes, you're definitely the most fun person. That's what Sandy says to him. Also, he has on a white paisley print shirt that's really nice. And then I guess gray jeans that match the print of his paisley. Then again, they do a series of shots with everybody working. Now we got some strawberry jam Dan's working on. Chili mango Anthony's working on. With spice, butterscotch cream sauce, and my Swiss meringue buttercream. That's John. He's making an Aberfraw biscuit, shell-shaped on a real shell. He loves sailing. They show his wife Debbie and his kids sailing. Aberfraw creams with a butterscotch filling. Butterscotch buttercream. There's alliteration number 2. If you're keeping track, I probably won't, but then we have Kim Joy. She's working on orange blossom glaze. She's got orange blossom water. I didn't even know, where do you buy this stuff? She said this was kind of a little different, but it made me relate to Kim Joy. She says she discovered the flavor for the biscuit in the bath. She had this new conditioner and she smelled it. And I said, wait a second, I taste conditioner too. I mean, she said she just looked at it, but I'll taste it. If you're listening, kids, don't ever do that. But I do taste that stuff. And they show her doing some shorts. She's making an orange blossom York biscuit with orange blossom water, edible flour. Noel's up. He's like, he makes a joke about an antique stealer, which he goes, can I call you Lovejoy? And I didn't get the joke either. He goes, that's an antique stealer. You're too young. And he can't believe it. He's like, man, forget it. He's a little bit flummoxed. Then we have somebody making roses, Karen. Karen's got a nice red, we'll talk about. Everybody has on grayish brown. She's a food product promoter, and she's making Yorkshire Perkins. Everybody has on a brownish gray, what are those things called? Apron. Oh, she goes, yo, you're looking Elvis Shakin' Stevens, or Katie. Sandy says that, Noel says, Sandy says I look like Katie Lang. But Karen says he looks like Shakin' Stevens or Elvis. Then we have Terry. He's making, I don't know what he's making, but he's trying to do these chocolate prints. This is a good moment to pause it at 44 minutes left in the show. And he's on a horse and he's trying to make it go and the horse won't listen, which kind of is like a metaphor for Terry's day. And Terry's like the likable person we kind of feel bad for. He's making a Lake District ginger shortbread, crystallized ginger and chocolate lambs. But Paul says, those are lambs? And Terry says, hopefully I'll get them in the oven and tidy them up. Then everybody starts, they do a sequence where everybody's putting their stuff in the oven and navigating temperature, not easy. People are setting their timers, 8 minutes, 10 minutes. Don't misjudge it, Noel says. 23 minutes at 165 from Mannon. If you mess it up, kiss the color and the texture goodbye. 6 minutes on the clock for Dan. I think 40 minutes for Rahul. Let's see. Dan goes in. Now we have everything coming in and out of the oven. Saying, is it done? And you can see, you start to see a stress wearing on certain people. Then Sandy makes an announcement half an hour through an old-fashioned radio, and she says, I used to be on radio. And everybody's like, holy cow, how are we going to do this? So some people are happy and some people aren't. So you see kind of how people react to the stress and then how that impacts their cooks. Ruby drops one of her cookies. I didn't tie that till later. Somebody says fudge. They said fudge. I guess it's warm. Ruby says it was warm. And then Terry says his chocolate won't set inside the tent. He fans his face. Everybody starts their piping, and they're assembly. And again, a lot of shots. I don't know how many camera people they have. And then we see the interactions. This one is nice. It's Dan and Kim Joy. Well, I didn't know if it was nice or passive aggressive. He says, I'd hate to see one of your cookies fall on the floor. And she says, very funny, Dan. But I don't know if that was a way of Dan saying they look good enough to eat. Then they do 5 minutes left. Everybody's starting to be like, oh, no, that's where you're running short on time sequence. Now, so my daughter got very bent about this. It didn't bother me as much the first time, but now it does. So Karen gets done early. So there's 41 minutes left, and she starts snacking. And we'll go into her snacks, but my daughter was like, so she has a snack pack. Now, I don't know if they provided it or she brought it. Hopefully there's a Zoom. But first she has crisps or chips. Crisps. She offers them. So she's sitting there with snacks in her lap while everybody else is struggling, which you would think would be a precursor, but I'll just tell you, it isn't a precursor. I don't think. Now, Terry is really he's the most stressed. Some people are very chill, Man and Briny. Ruby's making tea that she thinks will pair well. But Terry is just he's not in good shape. And Karen's eating more biscuits. Let's see, 24. Ruby does it. Dan, let's see, it's going so fast. Let me run through my notes here. I'll pause it. Dances with Sandy, resting the dough. There's clips of people talking. John and his wife and kids. There's the buttercream. So that was number 2 that we even caught of the alliteration. Oh yeah, Kim Joy's shirt. Kim Joy has the tips of her hair a purplish blue. York biscuits. She's actually stamping that on there. Antique Sealer Lovejoy. I did have that in my notes to look it up. Yeah, so patrons will get all the research. Yorkshire Perkins with mace and corn something. That's what Karen was working on. Wakefield. Maybe that's a grocery store. I don't know. Terry's a little lambs. His horse won't go. Terry was making Lake District ginger shortbread. Then there's a VO about like the risk people are taking. Kiss goodbye. Oh yeah, eyes and talk. So people start to try to stay calm. Then there's an exterior shot before Sandy does a radio thing. 5 minutes left. There's a lot of good. With a blue. The radio's like a blue old-fashioned radio, like a prop. That's when the out of the oven sequence comes. Is it hot in here, or is it me having? You say, boy, I don't know. 5 minutes left. Behind on time. 16:18 was when I was supposed to pause it. But I think that was just Karen's snacking. I wanted to see what else she had in her snack thing, but I couldn't see it when I paused it. Chocolate, lamb troubles. But then you see people are helping one another. Amazing at the end. So people are going, as time's up, everybody's helping. Put your biscuits at the end of your benches. There's even like different themed ways to serve it. Now, I don't know the production of the show. Because again, and then Bryony tells Terry, don't worry, it's only 1 out of 3. Karen's still snacking. But everything, a lot of stuff, a lot of pastels. I don't know if this is every season or just this one. Blue, pastel blue in particular. Baby blue, eggshell blue, some green turquoise. Anthony's up first. His biscuits are popping, man. They were this orange color, psychedelic, Noel says. And they say, Prue, you like them because they match your biscuit. They do look really delicious, and they do deliver. The judges are impressed. Beautiful texture. Fantastic. Chili jam. Great biscuit, Paul says. And Anthony says, boom. But Prue and Noel take him to go. They love him so much they're still eating. Then Karen's up. They say, great piping work. Looks amazing. Spicy, chewy, nice, but more like a cookie and not a biscuit. Didn't blow Paul away. Then Kim Joy's up. Absolutely exquisite, Prue says. I love them. Paul takes a bite. He says, balanced, melts in your mouth to break it apart. Flavors, got the orange. Prue says, well done. Kim Joy's happy. Then they get to John. His are undercooked. They say, quite pale, dude. Underbaked, bland. Should have been in 4 or 5 more minutes. Then Mannon's up. Hazelnut Cornish shortbread. Extremely neat. That's what Paul likes the best. He has a good snap. Prue's impressed with that. Beautifully baked, buttery. That wasn't on purpose, though. That's alliteration. Hazelnut chocolate, fantastic. Prue says, I'd like some milk. Mannon says, it's right here in front of you. Then Dan cheers her on. Rahul, they say, let's look at owl feathers. She has this beautiful white chocolate and dark chocolate on there. They say, fennel's not quite the punch we're expecting. Then Ruby's up. They say, how come you got 25 and not 24? She goes, I'm bad at maths, which cracked me up and everybody else. Bit dry. She has on a red dress with some flower. I don't know if flower print is what you'd call it. In a nice red. Then Dan's up. They say, yours are pale too, Dan. Tough biscuit. He goes, is it? Not in a passive aggressive way. Like, I think that is an English thing. Like, they say, Dan, these are quite, he just says, is it? Like it's a different way of reacting. Like you'd say, is it really? But he says, is it? Like, I don't know. You have to see it, I guess. And they say, not good. Like basically, Terry only decorated one of his cookies, his ginger shortbread. Oh no, 2 of them. Not my finest hour. Lamb's not good. Looks like a Warhol print. Don't like the color. Not neat enough for Paul, of course. Paul breaks it. They don't like it at all. Too hard. A good flavor, maybe, but execution not good. He says it's a rough old biscuit, that one. The judges leave, but Noel stays behind to say, don't worry, man. You can do it. You could be the comeback kid. And he says, let's hope so. Then Luke's ginger nuts, they look really good. They say ginger's lovely. Not enough lime pop, though. And Noel says, you could breathe. And then Manning gives Dan a thumbs up. He smiles. Imelda, cherry and white chocolate oatmeal. She's nervous. They break while Paul says, and he says, okay, that's a delicious biscuit. And she's like, oh, good. Very oaty. Feels healthy, but it's not. It's a cookie. Well worth it, though. And then Bryony's up. She's got this caramelized apple. It looks amazing. Uniform in color and size, they say. Very neat. Of course, Paul's worried about that. Scalloped edges. And they take some bites. They break it up. Very crumbly. Melts in your mouth. They say that egg yolk worked. This is the best shortbread today. Crumbly, soft, and buttery. And with the apple caramelization, good. So she says thank you. And then Noel gives her a thumbs up, and she's very relieved. She says she's always overwhelmed. And she goes, yeah, for Prue to use that technique, I say, holy cow. Terry looks down, not in the place, wrong biscuit, wrong day. Manning says, beautifully baked. There's alliteration. The sailing guy, John, says, oh boy, this is like what it was like for me at school. And John says, my whole school life could have been better. And then Ruby says, wait a second, I thought biscuits were supposed to be dry. Then we see more lambs in the countryside going through. Let me check the time here. So there's 34 minutes. So I guess what I'll do is we'll break this into 2 episodes. We'll break it up like a biscuit, you know what I'm saying? And I'll run through for about 5, I'll run through to the end of this episode. I mean, to the, like a few more, we'll set up the next competition. And then, because this is kind of a bit of an experiment. And then we'll have another full episode about Biscuit Week. So they said the bakers were able to finish their first, they were able to practice their first challenge. But the second one will be a mystery shrouded in gingham. And so they do like a front of the room thing of everybody like exhaling, looking a little, intense. So this is still the first day. I guess they do these over 2 days. In the second day, though, everybody has the same outfits on. So then we have a sequence where the judges are at the front and the hosts, and they say, first technical challenge. And Paul set it up. And Paul says, this is a favorite of mine when I was a kid, so don't mess it up. And Sandy says, this is going to be judged blind. This is going to be judged without us knowing who made each dish. So Prue and Paul are not going to be lingering in the tent. So off you go. Thank you very much. And then there's a funny joke where they say, geez, I don't even know what's improv and what's written, because they say, where are they going? And Noel says, a bouncy castle. It cracks up the whole thing, the whole tent. And I just wonder with the tent, like, also how much are they in, like, do they feel like they're around 4 famous people, They can't make it easy either. Everybody laughs. And they say, okay, Paul wants you to make an iconic version of his iconic wagon wheel. You have to make 8 in 2.25 hours. Is that what it is? And a moon pie in the U.S. is what a wagon wheel is similar to. I'm going to track them down. They're a little expensive online, but I'm sure I could find it at a local shop. Yeah, 2.25 hours to make it. So get your wagons rolling. On your marks, get set to bake. So they have like some sort of instructions in all the ingredients. And again, a lot of people are reading through it. Some people, the iconic wheel-shaped, okay, let me read that part from the thing. The iconic wheel-shaped biscuits 70 years ago, launched in Britain. And some people know what a wagon wheel is. Some people have never had them or never heard of them. So that makes it hard if you weren't raised in the UK. And Paul has a pared down recipe. And not many people have made a wagon wheel because it is more of a normally, I think, a mass-produced confectionery. Then we go outside to Prue and Paul. They're sitting kind of, I don't know if they're having tea. I'll pause it. We get a garden shot. Yeah, they have, Paul has tea in front of him like he's drinking it. Prue's tea is like she pushed it away. And they're sitting, Paul's chair is like light green, and then Prue's chair is white. They're like an older, more classic outdoor wooden chair. Then they are sitting at a table with a tablecloth that's a really nice blue with a print on it and white. And they have, their table is set, and then they have a plate of wagon wheels. And then behind them is some like, I don't know if it's called bunting, but like British flags hanging, like triangle ones. And then a lot of different flowers and plants, like like a kind of like, I guess a bit like you'd get at an antiques place, like a really, like someone says, oh yeah, I bought all these antique shops and I use them to store the plants. It just looks good. And so I say, Bruce says, so Paul, why is this the first technical challenge? Wagon wheels. He says, because I got a cookbook about it, one. But he goes, there's many different elements to a wagon wheel. Tricky. Got biscuit, crunchy, marshmallow, some that doesn't pour out but is right, chocolate coating, and a jam. Chocolate's got to hold the thing in. Bruce says it's beautiful. Difficulty is to put all that together without panicking. And Paul says, it's right, you got to test these characters out. And then they go and they do an outside thing of the tent, and then everybody's starting to sort their flour and say, okay, I'm like, Mannon's like, I'm cool as a cucumber. Rub the butter into the flour. So people start making their dough, and they're looking back. Ruby's like, okay, I made a mistake in the first one. And they have some sort of recipe. Anthony's like, I did something wrong. Oh, I didn't rub the butter in, but I got to go with it anyway. Then Sandy goes to Luke. She says, have you made this before? He goes, oh, this is interesting. So I don't know if Luke's made it before, but yeah, I've eaten lots of them, never made them. And Sandy says, there's some people here that have never even heard of them. So you're ahead of the game. And she goes, I've never had one. He goes, you never had a wagon wheel? No. He goes, have you even lived? And she goes, I'll be honest, I didn't have a pot noodle, which I think is like ramen, until I was 55. So that's also an interesting thing, you know. He says, what, are you kidding me, Sandy? Give me a hard time. He goes, I can't even come back from that. Then everybody's starting to knead, and they don't want to you don't want to overdo your dough, they say. Ruby says, I got to get my jam on. Then everybody starts making their jam, sugar, boil. So you got the jam sequence. Anthony's like a little watery. My jam's watery. Oh, wait, we do have a close-up there. Let's see. I'm going to read through this close-up. To close out, I'm going to read Paul's words. Off the screen, if I can pause it. Oh boy, I missed it. Yeah, I'll try again. Don't worry, I'm here. I'm going to read you Paul's words, if I can pause it in time. Jam making's going on. Dan's reading it. Okay. So this is what we have just on the screen. And so I'll say goodnight, and we'll pick up the second half of this in a little while. Method, oven, stereotherm, 160 degrees C. Step 1, for the biscuits, tip the flour, salt, and butter into a bowl. Rub the butter into the flour, stir in the sugar and vanilla paste. Then add the egg yolk. Bring the dough together. Chill, man. So they still have to chill it at some point. For the jam, then you make the jam, I guess. Place the raspberries in a deep-sided pan and crush them. Add the sugar, bring to a boil. Increase the heat and boil for 4 minutes. Remove from heat and sieve. Let cool and set. For the marshmallow, pour 100 milliliters cold water into a small bowl, marmalade bowl. Then sprinkle the gelatin over the top. That's it, huh? 100 milliliters, I guess. Then 4, tip sugar into a medium pan. Add glucose in 100 milliliters water and cook over low heat. Increase the heat, bring to a boil. While the sugar syrup is cooking, whisk the egg white into the bowl stand mixer. As soon as the sugar syrup reaches 120 C, remove the heat and stir in the gelatin. With the mixer on, pour the sugar syrup over the egg white in a steady... Oh, this is the marshmallow. And then we lose it. You get to put it in a piping bag, I guess. So we don't have we have some of the milliliters and stuff. So this is interesting. I guess it is a technical challenge. Technically, it's challenging. And technically, I'll talk to you soon. Good night. All right, everybody, this is Scoots. We're talking about the Great British Bake Off, and we're talking about series or collection 6 on Netflix. In the U.S., it's called the Great British Baking Show. And we're talking about Biscuits Week, episode 1. We're talking about the second half of the episode. But first, I'm going to kind of run through all of my written notes, because I'm still getting a feel for how we're going to do this to make it the most sleepy and enjoyable. So, yeah, I'll run through all my notes, and then we'll run through the episode. Maybe that way I can get a little bit more into the visuals with it making even less sense. And that way you say, well, I didn't listen to part 1 of episode. So episode 1 has 2 parts, and also the seasons don't correspond in England and the U.S. It's, well, the UK. Or just the non-U.S. Yeah, because I guess there's a company in the U.S. that likes to have Great Bake, they have bake-offs. Imagine if I started the Easy Bake Show, they'd shut me right down. Another company, probably. Okay, so it opens with an episode, I still haven't done the research, but I've seen enough of a Great British Bake Off to know it starts with a little comedy with Sandy and Noel. And they do Doc Brown and Marty McFly. And also remember that Biscuit is kind of like a cookie. August 28th to August 30th, 2018. Then we see lambs, plants, and ducks. Nature, sun, stream, peaceful place. Wish I felt peaceful, someone says, inside. Nerve-wracking. Not as stressful as my thesis, surreal. They don't, the actual, but people, there's more people have been in space than in that tent. 12 new bakers, 30 challenges. Great goal. Once, the Great British Baking Show. Sky shot, fields, flowers, music, voiceover. It's Sandy. All smiles. Hello. 24 original biscuits. So stylish. Everyone looks great. Comedy. Rules at the same time. A little much for no. 2 hours. Bake. Action. Butter. Difficult to make and rules. Repeat twice. This is like a recipe for how to make up a confusing podcast recap. Butter out, expectations, profiles, perfection, first baker, briny, Empire biscuits, yellow stained glass, cool shirts, Bristol twist, regional biscuit, Sandy gives love, briny and daughter, Play-Doh, lots of laughs. And then the artwork, apple cider example, crystallized apple slice, vanilla shortbread. She has boiled egg yolks to teaches Paul, who's not super nice. Sandy VO, lemon by duck paired with, Dan, duck paired park with kids. Lemon shrewsberries. Noel rolls up to chat and joke. So nice. Manon, cottage cream, eggs and family, a Gaelic flair, hazelnut Cornish shortbread, Brittany in France, clotted cream, Ruby, dried herbs, cream substitute, trains and boxing, killer combination of cardamom, clove, and cinnamon. Let's see, Devon Flats, soft medium. Oh, but I put Julian, even though it's null, because I guess it's choose. VO, warning, coconut and fennel. Rahul, Paul gives him a hard time, talks too much, ? Love his shirt, white and blue, faded stripe, a denim shirt. Nuclear scientist, ! Dad wants him to get a haircut. Pithicanti Bannock. Whole fennel, and even Sandy gives him a hard time about talking. Imelda, Northern Ireland, hearty oats, cherry and white chocolate, oatmeal biscuits, wholemeal flour. Sandy and Paul talking BM. Luke like a citrusy civil servant, DJ in Sheffield. The balance of lime and ginger also has good shirts. Noel, spoil, line, mountain, 1 hour. Oh, spotlight. What's my line? That's what that says. Great comedy team. VO, size, shape, sandwich biscuits, choice of work. Anthony, Bollywood, turmeric and caraway, goosenarg cakes in shape of a, what is that called? Is that paisley? Mango chili. He dances with Sandy. You're the most fun person. Start to chill the dough. Resting the dough, talking clips and sauce. John Aberfrau biscuit. John, wife and kids sailing and eating. Something buttercream shortbread shell. Butterscotch buttercream. I marked that as one of the many uses of alliteration. Kim Joy has an awesome popsicle shirt, cool, purple blue hair tips on her hair. Talks about bath and hair conditioner taster like I am. Orange Blossom York biscuits. White Rose, Lovejoy cracks up Noel Antique Stealer. Karen's White Rose, she's a product promoter. Yorkshire Perkins with Mace, Wakefield. Terry, Little Lambs, his horse won't go. Terry, Lake District Ginger Shortbread. Intro over, voiceover about the risks, kiss goodbye, eyes and talk on Overwatch, try not to stress or panic, exterior shot, Sandy, radio fun, blue radio prop, out of order sequence batch, speed it up, it's hot in here, piping and decorating, 5 minutes left, snack time while everyone else flies, tea, chocolate troubles. Then this is underlined. People help one another. Wow. Set the mood time. All sitting. Voiceover of a judgment. Anthony colors, loves the psychedelic. Him and Prue match. Paul chews a lot. Happy, well done. Prue and Julian, I made the mistake again, both eat and run. Her blue glasses, dresses and necklace pop. Bracelets match. Pot noodle. John, undercooked, extremely neat man. Peru, cracks, crack and pop, fantastic. Manon says, milk is here. John cheers her on. Like owl feathers. 25, I'm bad at maths. Take tea. Dan, tough, isn't it? Oh, isn't it? Yeah, that was one of those things. Terrible. Terry, this is interesting. Like a Warhol print. Little had great flavor. Ruffled biscuit. You can do it. Ginger nut. You can breathe now. More chats. Indeed, very oaty. Delicious. Looks good uniform. Shortbread today. Blows your mind. Peru. Use a fork. Wrong biscuit, wrong time. Lambs. Second mystery. It's time for the technical challenge. Off you go, bouncy castle joke. Get your wagon rolling. Do not PANIC. VO. All the same ingredients. Wagon wheel. Prue and Paul have tea and talk wagon wheels without worrying. Prep time. Sandy's never had a wagon wheel. I tried a hot noodle before. He's speechless. Need the dough. Marshmallow. Sandy gives him mixer to mellow. 1 hour gone. 7-centimeter circles. Bake for 12 minutes. Gone on biscuit. Greatly cooking. Oh, gently cooling chocolate worries. Chocolate moves. 30 minutes left. Piping. Serious spillage. How much? Paul. Full coverage. Ruby. Looks good. 1 minute. Runs like the wind. Proper disaster. Shabby. Flood that gap. Desperate measures. 1 minute. Run like the wind. Time is up. High five. Gingham table. Blue. Cut is perfect. Half silky. Prue likes it neat. Too much chocolate. Oh, not, but you gotta have enough to hold it in. Too much marshmallow if the chocolate can't hold it in. Quite delighted. Anthony, highs, lows, tomorrow. Wheeling wagon. Night owl. Next day, same outfits. And now it's a showstopper challenge. A biscuit is selfie portrait. Fiendish. Is that what it says? Layers of biscuits. Bond the biscuit. Terry, top of the game. 3D work of art. Cinnamon and orange. Come back on train. Bristol something. Cockapoo. Dog. Rahul has blue Band-Aid on. Yeah, I noticed. I said this must be this next day. He has got a blue Band-Aid on. Ruby 40 biscuits. First, Mr. Sweetly, let's go with less, but he cracks her up. Anthony's something. Karen's holiday home. There's more alliteration. Moonwalk away. Deus sugar almond cookies. This sounds good. Luke's mad night out. Royal icing versus buttercream. Gin o'clock, somebody said. Match or matcha, maybe. I don't know. That might have been another episode. White chocolate. Punchy spices. Playing playing pong. Oh, they're playing ping pong. Robust biscuits, brandy snap, moldable. Imelda, burnt, 1 hour, make magic, calm versus not calm. Terry's not very worried, so is Imelda, burnt, cannot bond. Matcha ganache, Kim Joy, artist, painting, Ruby, severe breakages, the colors. You look a bit like Bjork. Terry, Terry's not, it's not going well for Terry. Dan and Anthony, good art. You look a bit frantic. 1 minute sighing shots. Lots of shots, lots of close-ups. Time is up. Great edits. Please put selfies at the end of your workstation. Ruby, Manon, Dan, Kim Joy. What one you holding, Zoom? Kim Joy, X3. Show-stopping selfie. So that's another one. Prawn or baby. Oh, that was on Dan's. Dan good, Kim Joy good. Tiny bit more spice. Bit soft, very next, precise, balance, lovely lemon curd. Raul gets called up, Dame Edma and Sue Pollard. Raul walks backwards, thumbs up, a nice spacing, quite simple. Prue cuts her up. Biscuit, bland, thick, and dry, stale. Lots of concerned faces. Strange taste of ginger, briny, colors, balloons, more flavor. Manon nods. Excellent, exquisite, just a hint of matcha. Terry called up, ingenious, well done. Manon cheers him on, smiles, scrape through. First week nerves, tea and talk. Background, hand-holding, shaking, wonderfully nutty. Manon hugs. Falls to me. Sad news, it's Imelda. Hugs and tears, Ruby arm guard. Aw, sad. Even judges hug. Ruby feels a little bit bad. Week 1 done. Pull my socks up. Manon calls someone Papa. Tears of joy. She was a star baker. So that's the whole, so that's like the whole notes of my notes from the episode. Then we'll pick it up at the, signature challenge. What do they call it? The showstopper. And let's just see what we see here without my notes. We'll actually get a little bit more immersed. See, Kim Joy, people are raising their hands. I just saw Terry had something on his finger. Ruby, I think Ruby comes in first with the wagon wheels. See, Ruby's, yeah, so I was feeling pretty rubbish this morning. Ruby has a nice red dress on with flowers, and everyone has the same tan apron. So this is where everybody goes home. Now, I don't know where everybody sleeps on this show. I'm really curious about the production because it sounds like they have to go back to, like they must shoot this on the weekends and everybody goes back to their job during the week. Okay, but everybody has the same clothes on. I don't know if they get laundered between nights or how that works. I mean, it would be a concern of mine because I cannot. Actually, I can wear clothes for 24 hours, but after that, I say, no. Like after I've showered, I can't, because usually this is TMI, but I take a shower in the afternoons after I work out or run. So then I put on clean clothes. Then I go to bed at night, and then I'll put on the same clothes until I take a shower again. So it's like I wear my clothes from like 4 p.m., like a 24-hour period between 4 p.m. and 3 p.m. Okay, so everybody's putting their flour and butter in, and what they have to do is this is really hard. They have to make a selfie, like basically they have to make a giant biscuit with a selfie of them with different other biscuits on there and art and frosting and stuff. So really and again, this is my first time consuming this show. So to me, I'm like, holy cow, not only do you have to be able to bake, you have to be able to draw and do art. And a lot of like pouring, then close-ups of people's faces, then chopping some lemon, putting sugar in. Like a lot of concern. I was saying, well, and then sometimes talking where they try to get people, Terry's got to be at the top of the game, famous last words. And then always the risks. Well, don't make it too tough. Don't make it too soft. I love shortbread, so this really interests me, all of these ones. Seeing, John doing some microplaning of the citrus. It looks like oranges. Yeah, he's doing a lemon curd sun with butter. Like he's doing one of him on like his face in front of a sea with a sailboat. Idyllic sailing conditions, he thought. I think he's telling a story about one time. Then they say, meanwhile, back on dry land, Bryony's doing one of her on the left, her head, and then her kind of like with a very a scenic scene behind her, bridge, a river, and some sailboats. So a lot of frosting too, which could be interesting. Oh, then yeah, Noel says, "Okay, tell me about your cockapoo. I need to know because I'm a method actor." Raul says he does have a cut on his finger. So he's making his first spring in the UK. So it's him on the right side and then kind of like a goose pond, it looks like. And he says it's a very ambitious design. Triple layered 40 biscuit design. That's Ruby. She's finishing the London Marathon. And crystallized ginger. She's going to have a gold leaf where she's holding up her, it looks like gingerbread too. It looks tasty. And she's never successfully finished this because so it sounds like they've practiced during the week. Now everybody's rolling out their biscuits. That's a sequence. And then putting them in the oven, smoothing their biscuits, patting them, rubbing them down like a safe place. And a lot of people are doing like a backing biscuit, like what do you call that? The canvas. Let's see. John's doing his waves. John's pretty warm. And say, are you Mr. Sweaty? Sandy said that to him. Okay. And Ruby had a setback of too much. Anthony's doing when he climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, 558.95 meters in November 2016. Ginger and cinnamon bang on. So that's another cookie. Ginger and cinnamon. That sounds like a good cookie. Half the bakers are doing trips abroad. Karen's doing France. She has a holiday home there. Oh, and that's what they say. Her selfie looks a bit like Dame Edna. Wonderful flavor combination if it turns out, Bruce said, but don't overdo the rose water. That's when Noel does a moonwalk. Dan's doing Palm Springs when his husband and him went and picked up when they first met their kids. So it's him holding one of the babies. That's what they say. Is that a prawn? Mango royal icing. That sounds tasty too. Then Luke, who's kind of a younger one, he's doing this wild trip he had to Las Vegas, mad night out. With his friends on holiday in Las Vegas. Dan's in the foreground with glasses and then some Las Vegas landmarks in the background. And he says, I associate cinnamon with America, so there's a little cinnamon in there. 8 minutes. Ruby and Dan are using 8-minute timers. Glacier mints, so that's what Raul's using for his glasses. And you can see this is like as much a mental game as it is if you watch it, because like you just see the stress impacting people. Flour buttercream should be like a thick custard. Terry says he's using a left to right-handed routine. A lot of right-handers, it looks like. Though I just needed some bread earlier today. It was right-handed and I'm left-handed. I need it with my right hand. Yeah, keep an eye out. If I see somebody, hopefully, Mannon's doing a visit to a mountain too. But I may she's putting matcha buttercream, so a little green. Yep, it's good, she says. Oh yeah, Japan and Kim Joy. 2 people going to trips in Japan. Now, Kim Joy, you could even see her using different colors to, I don't know what she was using for the coloring to make the right shades for her night sky, like sunset. And ginger and cinnamon, quite strong on ginger. Yeah, then we have a rising exterior shot, and then Sandy and Noel are playing ping pong with cookbooks. And now stuff's starting to come out of the oven. Anemic biscuits, Dan says. You got to make sure they're baked, to add depth to robust biscuits that they'll layer on top of one another. Terry's taking a different approach. So Terry is making a brandy snap biscuit, which is a moldable material, and it comes out and you have a small window to shape it. So he's going to shape it into a three-dimensional version of Terry, of his face. Brandy snap selfie. And really for Terry, this was all or nothing. Like if he didn't do good here, I had a feeling he was not going to make it. Though he's very pleasant and his horse would not go. Watching the mixers mix the butters, nice and calming. His brandy snap biscuit did look like it had maybe some sesame seeds in there or something. I don't know. Imelda's doing a fun day out in Mayo, seaside selfie. Another alliteration, though I'm not keeping count anymore. And then Sandy says, my biscuits are burnt. Sandy says, no, they look colorful. And Imelda's stressed. Then we have another shot from one of the fields, maybe a drone shot. Let's make some magic, somebody says. Backboard biscuits on the backboard. Oh, so they do have a backboard? Oh, they do, yeah. So they do have one board that is not food behind their biscuits. This is a bit like a science project or something, you do craft at school. Terry just said, oh, my goodness. Oh, yeah, because one of his biscuits burned. Oh, Terry. And Ruby's running behind. She's got a little flour on her face. Kim Joy is pouring out some caramel for a firm bond. Hope it stays together, Raul says. He also has a piece of tape on. Oh, no, is that Raul or, no, that's the other guy, John. John has Band-Aid too. And a clear thing, tape on his finger. Now we're getting into the high speed, people are putting their ganache on with the tubing things, adding some mountain and foliage. Whoa, Dan's wait a second, I got to rewind it. Dan may have been stirring very fast with his left hand. Let's see. We got John talking now. John placing. That's a right-hander painting. I don't know who that was, but this is one. Ruby placing. Ruby's right-handed, maybe. Man, tough to say. Oh, no, Dan's right-handed. Oh, wait. Yeah, Dan's right-handed, it looks like. That's a right hand, right? Yeah. Don't worry, I'll find a lefty, probably. Sandy's testing out some Ruby's biscuits and giving her a hard time. First she said it's not good, then she said it's delicious. Then Kim Joy's really using a lot of colors. I don't know how she found the time to create a night sky. Oh, this is a severe breakage from Ruby. Half hour left. So now they're doing shots, everybody in a frantic motions. Some people are painting. Some people are assembling. Karen said she's proud of her nose. Somebody else said, I'm looking like the Joker. Stay calm. That was Imelda. Bryony, they say, oh, yeah, you look like Bjork. Bjorkness. Then she said, someone says I look like Michael McIntyre. Marshmallow fondant. Ruby's covered in that. Kim Joy's painting Kim Joy with blue hair. Melda's doing grass. Her grass looks good. Terry's looks very impressionistic. You see, Raul's very calm, even though he's focused. Anthony's very joyful. Ruby's kind of a balanced out. Oh, Dan's biscuit cracked. Oh, but Dan is very, very artistic, cartoon wise. Now the final thing, Imelda's kind of feeling like she says, Jesus is turning out hideous. Ruby calls herself Rubes there. Okay, they say time is up, but I think everybody either gets more time or it's not exact. Say, oh my goodness, put your selfies at the end of your workstation. Okay, then Ruby and Manon are kind of like doing a post saying, hey. And Kim Joy says, Dan, what are you holding? And he goes, a baby. She goes, oh, I thought it was something else that's pink. And somebody says, like, it doesn't look like that. I don't know if she was saying that because of TV. Now it's, okay, first up is Dan for the judging. He carries it up. He stands it up. Nothing falls off that I can see. And it pops. The colors are really good. Artistically great, three-dimensional, colorful. That's when Paul says, it looks like you're holding a prawn, though. Everybody laughs. But yeah, the colors, outlines. So they take the sun as a biscuit to eat. I don't know if Dan got to pick that or not. They say, okay, passion fruit, very good blend, almond, nice biscuit, Dan. Bruce says, excellent. Dan smiles. Kim Joy, they say, holy cow, this is artistic. You can see it's sunset, well-balanced. They say, okay, your biscuit could use more spice. Kim Joy agrees. Then Luke's what happens in Las Vegas. His has like a depth because it has a couple layers. And they say, okay, cinnamon and orange. It works, but the biscuits are a bit soft. So Dan makes a frown. Anthony, the Kilimanjaro, very precise. It looks like him. And they say it's certainly gingerbread. Gorgeous balance of cinnamon and ginger. Really good. Then John's turned out pretty good. Some lumpy lemon curd. He goes, yeah, my lemon curd didn't cook out. A little bit overcooked, but good flavors. Lovely. Cinnamon and orange. Biscuits spectacular, according to Paul, though. Rahul goes up. He walks very slowly and gingerly, but his, like, he also has a lake. They say it's explosion of English spring. Really fascinated by your portrait. And they say, oh, like, well, how come it doesn't have stubble? He goes, oh, because I was 7 years younger, because he has kind of a beard now. And they say, well, it's recognizable. They say the biscuit's nice and short. Ginger comes through well baked beautifully. And we love your face. Fantastic. Great job. And the Sandy and they'll say, well done. And then that's when he walks backwards, then turns around halfway. Everybody laughs at him, but not in a mean way, in a friendly way. Karen does like one, like where she's drinking wine in the sun. But hers has a lot of bright reds, and she's wearing red. But they can't get the rose water. Get the cardamom, but not the rose water, Karen. She goes, I guess I didn't put enough in. And they go, well, it looks great. We got to give some kick, some oomph. Now, Melda's did not, they say, okay, it's simple. We recognize you. But then they go to eat her selfie. Dan, or Paul, like, is not nice. He chops it, like, in half with a knife. Everybody's watching on very studious. They say, bland, thick, dry, stale shortbread. Oh, boy. You get the lemon, but not the ginger. Yeah, and then they get shots, everybody worrying and concerned. Then we have Ruby's gingerbread marathon selfie. And hers is like halfway finished, so she's very stressed. She goes, too ambitious. I think I was doing too much. She just didn't get enough time to frost it. And they say it's a little bit generic. And they say, okay, let's try it, though. Cinnamon and ginger. So they eat it. They say, strange taste of ginger. You do get the cinnamon, but they're fighting for supremacy. Biscuit's a bit soft, a bit dry. Paul's like merciless, I guess. He goes, it's a shame you didn't finish it. She goes, yeah, brutal. So she's down. Oh, wow. Bryony's really is worth looking at, too. Sorry, Bryony. Like, in the first 5 times I watched this, like, I appreciated other things you did. But I did not catch the colors on this biscuit. There's only 6 minutes left in the episode if you want to catch the time. And I paused it for our convenience. So it has like a bridge, a Bristol. It's in Bristol, a Bristol biscuit selfie. So triple alliteration. There's three hot air balloons in the sky, clouds, and blue sky, then a bridge, and then what I'm assuming is a river, two sailboats on the river, and then on the right side of the river is like a row of kind of pastel-colored townhouses, or in New York, I think you call it like a walk-up or brownstone, but really popping colors on the balloons and like somewhat of a shine in there. Then Bryony's on the left, and it looks a lot like her. She has on like a coat, like a yellow coat, and I don't know, it looks a lot like her. I mean, I only watched this episode, and I say, that's definitely Bryony. And then there's like a nice flourishes of the water, the sky, and the forest in greens and blues. So just, I don't know, well done in my opinion. Let's see what they say though. Portrait works. I love the balloons. Can we eat a balloon? Yes, please do. Paul cuts a balloon in 3. Nice thin icing. I like that. Everybody watches, like, that's another good one. So there's like, as Paul and Prue take bites, they show Raul and Madden, and their mouths are kind of like opening, like, they say, okay, need more flavor, more of a punch. Okay. But Manon says, well, that's good, Brian. Good work. Then we have Manon's, excellent, Paul says, and a very precise, neat and detailed, exquisite. They cut it 3 ways. Prue tries it. She was nervous that the matcha would be overpowering, but not at all. It's just a hint. It's, wow, Paul says, delicious, flavors, textures, amazing job. So that's good. And she shakes it up, brings it back. Some people are kind of glaring at her. Terry, bring up your biscuit selfie. Terry has a barbell mustache. I think I forgot to mention that so far. And a very serious face, and but they say ingenious. And Terry looks like he's about to cry. It's sort of Manon and Ruby because they like brandy snap, buttercream jam, delicious. They're blown away. And I said, can't believe you did a brandy snap in that size. That's difficult. And then you got a lot of color in there. Very clever, Paul says. Well done, Terry. Everybody's some people are happy. Manon says, well done, Terry, too. But Imelda, they stop and show that Imelda's sad. And Ruby, they're worried, and Terry goes, I think I'm going to make it. And because everybody, out of those 3, they had 2, I think everybody had 1 good bake and 2 bad bakes. So they say, oh boy, who's going to go home? I don't know. So they interview Imelda, Ruby, and Terry. And they show them they're actually just having to be sitting all in a row, all with concerned looks. The sun starts to go down. Paul and Prue must decide who's going to be the star baker. And last, who will be the first. And then they sit, they have a tea. Oh, this is a nice look. Let's see to pause it. So they have a quick scene here where they did some voiceover. They have all the bakers lined up, but then they have Paul, Prue, Noel, and Sandy all sitting at a table. All of the biscuit selfies, the people's faces are on plates, and they're having tea around there. And let's see, the bottom row is Bryony, Ruby, Raul, Kim Joy, then Luke, Manon, Terry, Dan. Top left, the top 3, I guess Karen, John. What do we still have left? What do we got? Somebody with blue hair. Oh, Luke. Oh, no, Luke's over there. Karen and John. Melda and Anthony. I don't see Anthony, though, but I guess his is obscured by grass. There's some grass there. But yeah, they talk. Oh, it was amazing. Got to know them quicker this time. We have their portraits in front of us. Hardy, har, har. So who's rising to the top? Well, Mannon, classically French, good baking, precision, briny, impressive, solid showstopper. And then they say, who's struggling? Well, Terry today coming in was struggling, but he pulled a rabbit out of a hat, like an impressionist painting. Did he do enough? We don't know. Imelda, she struggled in the technical, and Biscuit wasn't good today. She has a lot to prove pressure. Then Ruby, first in technical, but the other two, not as good. And Sandy says, I'm going to be sad to see one of them go. And they say, agreed. Now the sun's almost setting. We go back to the tent. They line up. The bakers are waiting. Some of them are holding hands, which is very cute. Imelda's very nervous. They say, okay, well, first we're going to say the Star Baker. Wonderfully nutty first round. Attention to detail, unbelievable. I think Mannon knows she has it. Star Baker, Mannon. Dan makes this like laughing face, I don't know. Bryony, Mannon hug. Ian Sandy says, I got to give the sad news now. And it's Ruby and Mannon are really holding each other because they say it's one of us. And they're like flinching. And they say, Imelda. They say, Dan gives her a hug. Ruby holds her head. Then hugs Imelda. Some people are patting her back. Sandy hugs her first. Dan hugs Ruby. Then Ruby hugs Imelda. This was a different time when this was a hugging time. And it's in England, Karen hugs Imelda. They're interviewing Imelda, who's down. She has to walk away. She's so down. Understandably, very understandably. Prue hugs Ruby. Prue has a nice blue watch on. Ruby kind of talks about, man, I just got by. Paul hugs Ruby. And she says, I'm relieved. Melda says, well done, Terry. Hugs him. Then everybody's hugging. And they say, then they're kind of like looking back and saying, wow, what a wonderful weekend. Okay, so that helps me. I guess they must, film it on like Friday and Saturday or Saturday and Sunday. Mannon calls in to France. This says, I won the first episode. She's outside in front of a fence. And again, a really high production value. Holy moly. We'll see what comes next. And that's the end of the episode. Really exciting. I think, let me just to be sure, though, because I'm not sure. I think last episode I did go over the wagon wheel challenge, but just in case I didn't, I kind of did in my notes, but basically, just in case, because I said, I don't know where I left off last episode. That's the technical challenge. So they have to make a wagon wheel, which is a bit like a moon pie, I think they call them in the U.S. So it's like two pieces of biscuit with marshmallow in between, and then it's like a snack. Used to back in the day, like when I was growing up, they thought sugar was good for you or good for the economy. And you didn't eat lunch unless you had a dessert. Like now, even my daughter, we definitely don't have dessert during the day. And even most nights I say, well, let's look forward to the dessert as a treat in the future. But back then, so this was something you'd have like a mass marketed one. But Paul was like, I make these. I have a recipe for them. Also, the one they're doing has jam in it. So, but they have the recipe with no pictures or anything. So some of them have had a wagon wheel, some have not. So then they proceed to have to make it and follow technically, like, can you follow the steps? Can you, and then how is your technique, I guess? And then how much experience you do have makes a difference. And so what happens is everybody has to make the same thing. And then the judges, like Paul and Prue, have left, and then they come back and judge it without knowing who made what. So they judge everything. But it was a tough one because some people had never had it before. And then it was like you had to make the biscuits, make them circles. I don't know if they had it cut out. Make marshmallow, make a jam and reduce it, and then get the marshmallow. And then the hardest part was like coating everything in the chocolate and then getting the chocolate to set. But also seemed like a lot of people had trouble getting the chocolate on because it's like, do you dip it? Do you paint the chocolate on? Do you drizzle it on? And again, like these biscuit challenges, it seems like one thing is like the baking time, especially if you've never made it before. You say, well, I've never made this specific biscuit style, so I don't know how long it's going to go in there for. I'm just trying to see in my notes anything out. John's undercooked. Mannon's extremely neat. Prue. Oh, seems like it was something else, but Prue had never had one. Or no, that's when they talk about, she says, I wouldn't have pot noodle till my 40s. Yeah, so wagon wheel, prep time. I was just trying to see. So Ruby came in first. I think the other top bakers in that particular competition were Ruby, Bryony, Man, and I think Anthony had trouble because he had never had it before. And then a bunch of people had trouble with it because they just said, like, the chocolate made a lot of hard things. And, yeah, I don't know who else had trouble other than that. But, yeah, so that's a little bit about the first episode of, what do we say, Collection 9? I don't even know. Talk about technical. Not only is baking technical, trying to figure out which episode and where to find it is technical, too. So it's Collection 6, Episode 1, but I think it's the 9th season of, but it's Biscuits Week. So yeah, really enjoyable. We'll have, like those of you that are $10 and up patrons will be getting an exclusive, occasional episode about the facts of Great British Baking Bake Off. And yeah, so we'll be back next week. I don't know if next week will be a one-parter or two-parters. I still get a feel for how we're going to do this, but thanks for listening. And here you go. Let me tuck you in. Oh, you want me to not? Should I tuck you in or move it? Okay, I got it. How's that? Okay, let me move that for you. All right, and then, yeah, get comfortable and listen to these thank yous. Good night. All right, everybody, it's Cake Week here. It's Scoots we're talking about. Collection 6 on Netflix, episode 2 of, what do we call this show? The Great British Baking Show or Great British Bake Off. It's a different season and show wherever you are in the world. But yeah, Cake Week, it starts off with Sandy and Noel. Week 2, Cake Week. Sandy's, it starts off with Sandy walking in the grass and she's talking to Noel and talking about Cake Week, and now this is, just froze it because behind Sandy, is a lot of really good looking trees, and full leaves. But one of the trees to her right is red. The leaves are red, but they could be naturally red. And Sandy has on a gray sweater with very large polka dots, 2 pink polka dots, 3 orange, 1 green, and 1 white that I can see. And underneath that, like a pinkish red dress shirt. And so she's walking and she's talking about Cake Week. And then she says, "Oh, whoa, Noel, you're looking amazing." And we see Noel he's dressed, he has like a giant wig on. I mean, we're talking a wig 2 feet high and a dress on. And Sandy says, "I love your commitment to the theme of the week. You don't have to explain it. I got it." Marie Antoinette, she goes, "So she didn't really say let them eat cake, but she goes, it's Cake Week." And she goes, "I love that you bothered, but, I'm not trying to nitpick things. Just a misquote in history. Let them eat brioche would be better." But she said, some people said about her because they didn't like it, but she goes, "Well done." He goes, "I don't know what you're talking about." He also has a fan. He goes, "These are the only clothes I had that were clean." And she says, "Clean is good." And she sat under the tree. He was sitting under a tree. She sat next to him. Then we have the opening, like the pre-sequence, the teaser sequence where they show some stuff going right and some stuff going wrong. And apparently it's very warm in the tent, the hottest day they've ever seen. We see people emotional, comforting one another. Then the opening. So I guess what I could do is read through my notes and then we'll pop back onto the watch through. Because this week I'm going to try to do a whole episode for an episode. So Cake Week, Sandy and Noel. Marie Antoinette, red me cake, brioche, teaser, hottest days, hugs, open, nature, walk downstairs, best of luck. Then there's talking heads. They're supposed to make a tray bake. Someone says posh accent, 16 identical slices. Out first, sponge cake. The judges lay out their expectations. Let's see. Anthony is doing a pineapple coconut, something. Burfy, Bakewell tart, briny spinach, half her cockapoo, half Turan. Her cockapoo's name is Archie. Oh, then they talk in Sandy and Bryony have an interaction in Spanish, then Danish, which I'll have to pause it. So I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that. Maybe we'll come back to that. Then there's a 1970s, Black Forest Gâteau with Kirsch. Oh, chocolate burfi. Here's where Anthony's talking about that. So I'll just pop it up. Tell us about your tray bake. He says frangipane, pineapple jam, and a coconut burfi, which is coconut sweet milk powder, desiccated coconut, and sugar. Sounds delicious. They show him on the FaceTime his mom. Oh, he has a silver pig in his apartment. He's checking on the weather in Bangalore. And then they show his Bakewell tart. It's a tray bake. Looks good. The drawing of it. They say Bakewell tart. I'll have to look up what that is. Probably some sort of thing. Bryony's culture clash. There's your first, what is it called? Alliteration. She's doing some hand, what do you call that? Knitting. There's Archie and her running for half marathon, cockapoo. Orange pastry base, orange infused almond sponge, almond turan, a nougat called a turan. Okay, so Bryony talks in Spanish, Claro que sí. I studied at a university. Sandy says, oh, don't you speak Danish? And she goes, okay, well, I'll teach you. So she says, I'm not going to teach you. I'll teach you. It could take the whole thing. Konager, Denmark. Let me see. Jager, Konger, I don't know. Jag, Canlide, Jordabar. I'm the king of Denmark and I like strawberries is what it was supposed to say. So that didn't work out too well for me. Then Dan is doing a European, he's doing the Black Forest Gâteau. Then Ruby's also doing a Black Forest cake, which causes a slight bit of tension. Oh, they showed Dan in the 70s, his 9th birthday cake. I don't remember seeing that. He was also like in a Halloween outfit, I think, or playing dress up as what is that? The Captain Caveman. There's Ruby. Oh, he says Ruby's stealing my idea, but they're kind of being passive aggressive. They're not that mad. She says, hold the phone, buddy. Then we have Ruby with her mom. And, she says, this isn't going to be as good as my mom's cooking, but she made this last Christmas. Last Christmas, Ruby cooked up some Kirsch. The very next day, her family ate it away. Neat slices, Bruce says. Make sure neat slices. Not a mess. Then Manon, no raising agent, lots of eggs, family farm, fresh figs. I thought that was our first alliteration, but it's our second, a honey cake. And then Terry, everybody's favorite, like my daughter and I love, we really practice a lot of empathy with Terry and compassion. Terry, the contestant that taught me empathy, because I can really put myself in his shoes. He's making applesauce batter. Paul is already doubtful. Then they say, oh, yeah, by the way, Terry keeps bees. Terry likes rum raisins and dates and some other word I couldn't find. Something. Peru likes rum. They're always joking about that. I'm surprised with Terry's luck that he keeps bees. He makes beer out of the honey, I guess. He likes rum-soaked raisins, moist apple sponge. It does sound good, even though Paul doesn't believe it. Rum syrup into the oven. Oh, then there's a sequence where everything goes in the oven. Warm cake can't be sliced or decorated, they point out in the voiceover. Ruby says, bake well, my love. They have a lot over the series I've been watching of Ruby commenting and stuff, like her food, like a loving mum. Fillings and topping sequence, temperature for a hard crack. I think somebody says that. Rosemary syrup. This is John. Daughters dress. They dress him for work as daughters. They pick out his Hawaiian shirts. So he's kind of doing Hawaiian shirt meringue tray bake. Pandan. Paul, revolting smell. I didn't like this because Paul's not being nice to Kim Joy. He says she's using this stuff called pandan, which he says it smells like it cut me lawn. That's what Paul Hollywood said. Excuse me, Paul Hollywood. Also, this is interesting. I just noticed that it's a little strange. I don't like John keeps his Hawaiian shirts in what looks like his daughter's bedroom. Maybe it's his room. I don't know. It could be. It just, and there's or maybe it's a guest room. So his meringue tray bake. But then, Paul's got to give Kim Joy a hard time. She loves playing board games with Nabil, her boyfriend. So pandan is a long leaf. You get juice from it. Gives it a nice green color. Does smell a little grassy, revolting. Let's see. This is what Paul says. Smells like it cut me lawn. He says it twice, like it's really funny. I just want to see what game they're playing. Oh, wait a second. Are they playing Takedo? You got to be kidding me. I don't know if they are. Whatever game they're playing starts with a T, though. Oh, no. Takenoko. Takenoko? T-A-K-E. N-O-K-O. I mean, I'm pausing it, but that's what it looks like. So not Takedo, but Takenoko, maybe. Takenoko? But she bakes a lot of stuff for their board game sessions, and they look like they're having fun. Pandan, chiffon. Oh, Noel says, frog spawn. Pond waste or frog spawn. Lovely. And they say 1 hour left. Smells like pond water. Could be delicious. He's got a great shirt on. And then, now we have an outdoor. Sandy offers to give Noel a bowl cut. He's kind of already has one, though. Karen's watching her oven. He really laughed at that. So it must have been like when she said, I'll give you a bowl cut, like it must have been improv, I hope. Then we have a sequence of everybody worrying about their cooking. Paul staring at everybody. Done, not done. Tough, crumbly slices if it's not done the right way. Luke waiting, walking. Ruby. Oscar Daisy. What does that mean, Drew? Scoots. I'm on Scoots on the show. Oh, sorry. But, Paul's, those are Paul's dogs or Luke's dogs. Ruby, Oscar, and Daisy. Well, at least I know your handwriting was right. Just didn't know what you were talking about. Lemon and poppy seed tray bake. Raul is a double layered 5 to 6 test bakes, I think he says. We'll see what he says up here. He works out at a leisure center. That's a new, I'm not kidding. That's a new vocabulary word for me. Gym is a leisure center. I prefer to call it a leisure center. I mean, I haven't been to one in a long time. Let's see, double layered. He's testing to see if it's done. I did a lot of experiments with this 5 or 6 versions. So this is like his 7th iteration. And then they show him working out at the leisure center, swimming. It looks like a nice place. And it's in other episodes. Drizzle, 4 layers, 25 cardamom pods, 4 lemons, sorry. Sandy says the lemon smells like disinfectant, and he's always worried. He's really quite a wonderful character or person. I mean, but on the show, they have to make everybody into a character. He's a character, though. You'd say that he just is, warms your heart. Okay. Then they're talking about the cake and the bake times during cake thickness. Time's running out. Everybody's trying to cool their sponge down so they can decorate it and need to be ready. Cleaning my fridge. Oh, Sandy said that about the lemon. Dan and Ruby talking, ginormous. I looked at that, used to that word. Time running out, be ready. Anthony, he's not wearing a watch. Terry has rum for Prue. Ganache, something in Briney's ganache. Acetate, that's like what I guess you put stuff on so it stands up straight. Karen's doing some beautiful painting of her, also something else about Karen that I liked. She's really, like, she's got a really nice, her shiny blue shoes. They show her kicking it in her kitchen, taking notes. She's drawing out a cake. Almond and marzipan tray bake with rhubarb jam. She's painting the marzipan with stripes, really nice and glitter. Full disco, she says. Sandy hops by like a rabbit. 15 minutes, decorating, drizzling. Ruby can't cool her cake down. Sandy, cool, crisp, clean slices. There's another quadruple alliteration, I guess double or triple. Size and cuts, final touches, 1 minute music, time is up, everybody hugs, looks around. 15 minutes and 18 seconds, I want a caterpillar and bird sings, everyone's sitting. Rahul, then they have the teapot, elegant 5-star tea. Maybe they were saying that about his thing. Let me just see this, like 15, 18. Ruby and, this close-up on the caterpillar is really cool. Prue likes wholemeal finger sandwich. Mannon's, they say, has a tough sponge. Anthony's is a good balance. Decadent tray bake. Luke's is as tough as old boots. Terry has his worried face. Raisin rum pleasure. Apple raisin rum pleasure. Karen looks elegant. Her cake looks elegant, but too thick and dry. Kim Joy, they say, is elegant with a lovely color, lovely chiffon and texture, but they don't like the pot-on taste. Chiffon is perfect. Briny, they say hers looks hideous, but it tastes divine and delicious. So, and then she starts crying. She says, I can't believe I'm crying over a tray bake. I said, that should be a song. John's, they say it looks elegant, but Prue's not sure about a whole rosemary leaf. More wispy meringue. Ruby's cake, they said, Paul says it looks like a forest floor, or somebody does, but then he says, fantastic, could even use more Kirsch. Then they get to Dan. Decoration is excellent, impressive, really good, boozy. So good that Paul gives him a handshake. And also Sandy likes his T-shirt. Does that sound right? Let me see. There they are, Briney's. She's crying over tray bake. There's a Dan's, forest floor, but very good. And now we're at Dan's. Dan's cake does look delicious. Decoration excellent here. Everything is neat, piping good, not too thick, good interior. Paul's about to bite into it. Dan's watching, nodding. Paul doesn't say anything. He says, say something nice, Dan says. And then, Sandy says, I like your T-shirt. And then Paul just shakes his hand. Everybody says, oh, wow, holy cow, you got a handshake. So it's a thing on the show, which plays out. If it's a handshake, it's 5 stars. Blushing, maybe. Something, mouth or reckons, talking heads. They have talking heads. Dan says, I can't believe I got a handshake. Brian says, I said I wouldn't cry. Ruby says, Paul is savage, man. Then they say, okay, next thing is like shrouded in gingham after exterior shot. No practice on this one. It's a mystery. Prue picked it. And this is a technical challenge. The bakers won't have much. Go like the clappers. You don't have much time. They say, okay, you two go off and do some extreme ironing, Sandy says, or whatever it is you do. And they say, Prue wants you to make an impression of a cake. Impressionist painters, Claude Monet's favorite treat, gâteau vert, which is a pistachio genoise, a sponge, creme au beurre, green fondant, colored green with spinach. Holy cow. 2.25 hours. They have the ingredients. It's Prue's pared down. So there's another Prue's pared down. Claude Monet's birthday cake. Her and Paul talk cake, eat cake, have some tea. Basically, they say, Bruce says, this is stressful. So it's whoever keeps their head will, win and do the rest. Genoese sponge. I guess Monet had it every year on his birthday. Whisking the eggs, whisk it good. Do you fold it in or do you premix? Whatever Karen did, it didn't work out because she says, oh dear. So is Dan, softly, gently. Karen, resilient, restarts. No, not resilient, but Karen is resilient because she restarts it. And everyone says it just says bake. So some people are doing 10, 15, 13, 20, 18. Sandy rolls her eyes, making marzipan. There's some more alliteration. Do you like Monet? Water Lilies, Van Gogh. Yeah. Oh, at some point, Noel's talking to Dan. No, not Dan, John. And he says, you know who Monet is? He goes, is he the guy who done his ear in? He goes, no, that's Van Gogh. Pretty poor. There's more alliteration. Pretty poor cake comes out. Sandy. That doesn't not Sandy. Sunned. Make it again. Yeah, Karen did not separate her eggs. Dan's what's that guy's name? John? No, the other guy. He's using the microwave in the background. What's his name? Luke. Sorry, Luke. I'm sorry. Buttercream. Cake smells like hearth. Squeeze it out. Because they have to put the spinach right in there. Dan and Terry are on round 2 of their cakes because the first ones didn't come out good. 3 equal layers. And then there's a sequence. There's a lot of problems with the cakes. People restarting. They're doing the time sequence, starting again. Karen says, oh boy. Sandy rolls her eyes at Noel, and they're doing jokes back and forth. Finally grind the pistachios, combine with the icing sugar, make a marzipan. Usually no one makes marzipan, Ruby says, but then John says, I have. I said, did you use marziplainer, man? Let's see. Manon says, I know Monet, but I've never seen his cake. And yeah, everybody's getting okay. So then best of time, all of you there's stress putting on the toppings, stress sequence. Some people are like, oh, my marzipan looks all right. Then there's 5 minutes left. There's icing. Luke's cakes are so off that he has to use a cake that didn't work out. Karen's cake didn't really rise, so she got unlucky. Even Dan says my cake sunk. Terry's trying to decide. Oh, this is when Dan and Terry restart. Let's see, someone dealing with pistachios, flowers. This is the final decoration sequence. And then they say time is up. And then they go through and they'll say like the numbers, and then we'll go back, I guess. So number 1, they said the color. Proper layers, nice cake. 2, cake wrong. Colors wrong. Layers are good. Flavor's good. Number 3 was like wet pudding, according to the judges. Number 4, color good, tastes good. 5, round, filling is good. Let's see, 6, quite nice, all right. 7, lost a layer. 8, thin color, no layers, rubbery, wrong, color wrong. Oh, there's a funny awards sequence at, Nola gives Sandy an award, after she says half hour remaining, goes best call of the year. And he says, oh, no, sorry, that was second best call of the year. And she goes, well, I was going to give an acceptance speech. And then he gives her another award, most gracious defeat of the year. And then he says, no, never mind, second place, sorry. Number 9, they say, is very pretty. 10, we like it a lot, lovely. And 11, they say, bone dry mess, and the sponge was right. And I think this is the order: Karen, Ruby, Anthony, Terry, Luke, Manon, Bunny. There's no one named Bunny, Scoots. Ruby, Kim Joy, Dan, Raul, and John. Is that right? So John came in first. And he says, geez, oh, yeah, because they interview him. He says, well, there was my kids, my wedding day, and then that, as far as like the great moments of my life. And I don't know the ratings this show gets in England, but I mean, it must be a very significant show because everyone kind of feels that way. Like it's a touchstone moment in their lives. So don't discount it or don't get it twisted. So they do talking heads. We're at 31 minutes. They talk out. They do more hugs and stuff. And then they say, come on, it's bounce back time. So that's the next day. So I assume they film this on like Friday and Saturday or Saturday and Sunday. They do a walk back. Okay, so walk back in. Right now, the show is just on the people. They're still tasting the cake. Let me just see. I think Bryony 5th, Kim Joy 4th. Third place is Dan. Lovely, tasted great. Second spot, Raul. But it's like they go back and forth. Nice cake, well done. And John is very happy. He says, holy mackerel. And everybody claps. People hug each other. They do the talking heads. Karen says, don't worry, I'm coming back tomorrow. So just a showstopper remains. They walk down the stairs. Who will leave the tent? Oh, this is like a tea where they discuss it. They say John, Dan, and Raul are like the star bakers thus far. Manon's really got to get it. Terry, Karen... Karen's ghetto Vera was a disaster. And then Luke, and Ruby even. Ruby's wearing a sweater at this point. So I think it's like cooler in the mornings when it gets really hot out there, wherever this is. It's going to be challenging last bake, they say. Noel says it's too hot for a goth. 2 tiers, a chocolate collar. That's kind of the delish. On your mark, get set, bake. So you have to temper chocolate and acetate. And up here, they do give a pretty good explanation twice, I think, of what tempering chocolate is. It's a hot day. John, pina colada cake, a Hawaiian shirt style pina colada cake. I think I thought his last cake was that. Anthony, so he's going to do his cake in the style of a sari. Normally only chocolatiers, Fruit says, make a chocolate collar. Tempering of the chocolate on acid, setting on an acetate, and then putting around the cake. Part architect. And because it's so hot, nobody should be dealing with chocolate, but now they don't have a choice. Down to the tea, Mom's favorite, that's Anthony. Orange, Jackson Pollock, this is Ruby's cake. Collar. 2 toes, 3 tries. I don't know what that means. Let me see. Let's see. John, wardrobe, Anthony, sponge, more cream than chocolate. This is Ruby. Favorite orange liquor sponge that her mom likes. Jackson Pollock, I don't know. Let's see. They're like, it might be a little bit of a mess, but I'm strategically doing a messy collar, maybe. Oh, judges say that it's 2 tiers of sponge with a collar. A briny caramel cake, chocolate cake. She's doing 3 tiers. Some are going above and beyond 2 tiers. Terry's humming away. He's doing a, what's that thing called? Eiffel Tower chocolate cake. Let's see, I lost my practice and heat. Quite brave. Terry said, well, oh yeah, I put my heater on 80 degrees or something. Noel does, what is that? He creeps up on Terry. Let's see. He comes in and does comedy. He must have been shooting the Marie Antoinette scene. He comes up on Terry dressed as a Marie Antoinette. Everybody's cracking up and having a good time because I guess he's a big celebrity. So it's like you're going to hang out with him and Sandy and Paul and Peru. But at least Noel and Sandy, you don't have any antagonism with them. So that must be fun. And he said it was too hot for a goth, and then he had to dress up like that. Multitasking, cakes going in, different size sponges, so you have to keep an eye on different bake times, fillings, chocolate sale. Some people are doing 2 as backup. Show-stopping fillings, white chocolate, Swiss meringue, buttercream. That you could pretty much, you tell me that, they say, Scoots, we have that waiting for you. Like I said, I'll be there. Holy mackerel. Like, I don't even know what Swiss meringue is, but buttercream with white chocolate, it all sounds good. But, yeah, scantily put, very succinctly put, Kim Joy, she's doing these cool cat silhouettes, chasing a ribbon, Uzu curd. And she has a nice, almost alliteration, cats wear collars. Mannon's doing it when she was an au pair. She, in honor of that, she's doing a princess cake, but it's kind of a pouting princess. No later joke out of order sequence. Let me see what that is. I got the raspberry cat cake right now. Kim Joy's working on Italian meringue buttercream. Like, she is very skilled with the art side of stuff. Holy cow. Oh, hope it's not a catastrophe. That's funny. Mannon's working on her showstopper. Yeah, so she's doing a kid made out of whatever that stuff's called. Not meringue, marzipan. The kid that who used to dress up as a princess, fondant. Oh, sorry, not marzipan. Almond cake, chocolate, white chocolate ramparts. Noel pretends it's Sandy, the doll, and him and Sandy, and one's asleep and one's pouting. And they make a joke about him being late. So I don't know if he's late in reality. Bad Boys, Briny. I don't know who said Bad Boys, so that was alliteration. She has to remake her cake and take a breath. Terry, very dubious. I liked that collar, that he's going to be able to get a collar around his cake. Stomach growls. This had my stomach growling. Just the way they're talking about this stuff. At the time I was watching it, I was like, man. Liquid seafoam. I don't know what that is. Luxurious approach. Whipped double cream with an Art Deco collar. Yeah. Bryony's cakes weren't totally done. She says, take a breath, take a breath. Terry's saying his cake looks dubious. Before the wrap around, it has to feel nice and bouncy. The bakers will need to cover the rough edges of their cool sponges. Creme de brer, whatever. I don't know what that is. Saffron into Anthony's. Smells good. Well, most players are making a flavored buttercream. Luxurious Luke is whipping a double cream. Last bit by hand so I don't overwhip it. Chocolate crumb coat, Art Deco collar. folded in white chocolate. Oh, boy. But he says it's a little hot for this plan. And we get an exterior shot, 1 hour. People are still trying to put stuff in, cool stuff down. Still warm. Oh, no. Oh, boy. There's also layers, biggies. Buttercream isn't melt. You don't want it to melt when it goes on the cake. Quite runny. Oh, dear. My buttercream is wilting. Terry's trying to get his kneader. Luke's his whipped cream's melting. Time's running down. Molten crumb coats. Like that fragile batter in the battle, fragile something in the war against the heat. Okay, here's the tempering chocolate is the most difficult bit in the conditions, Dan says. So basically you heat it up, then cool it back down, Bryony says. And then Anthony says, 38 degrees, then bring it to 43 degrees, then bring it down maybe to 30. Basically, chocolate, Raul says, because he says, okay, you want to heat the chocolate's got crystals in it, and you basically want to heat it up. Let me see. You heat it up. So when you heat the chocolate, it breaks down the crystals. And then when you cool it quickly, the crystals form again. And Karen says the gloss, so that's tempered chocolate when you buy something that's glossy. So it's kind of an explanation of what tempered chocolate was. Anthony spends a lot of time on the floor at 4130. That's when Raul explains. Lovely glass, strawberry fair. Oh, here's Karen singing. I want to quote Karen singing Strawberry Fair. She's handpiping her lyrics on there from I was going through Strawberry Fair, sitting buttercups and daisies. I met a maiden selling her wares, doo-doo-doo. And Noel's making jokes about a lovely lady and a young suitor and her wares on the way to the Strawberry Fair. Dan's collar is, he's done it before. It's very striped. I don't even know how you do stuff like this. He's like measuring it, very precise. These like stripes he's making. For his his raspberry collar, Italian meringue buttercream. And then they say Baker's got a half hour. John's singing, but most people are stressed out, kind of trying to get stuff together. Anthony talks about the beauty of the sari. Let's see, something on its own. Ruby wrapping the cakes. Yeah, that's kind of alliteration too. Anthony's painting. But Terry's trying to get his tower done. Jackson, Pollock, and Ruby. Then external sequence, 10 minutes, Noel's counting on his fingers. Is that right? Then everybody's trying to cool their chocolate down and get it set. And now it's, high intensity. Oh, no, it's melting kind of stuff. Let's see here. Wrapping the cakes. Just count. Setting a spray. 5 minutes left. Time to panic. And Dan's trying to, wrap his very dubious. Oh, is that? No, that was already very dubious, he said. There's an assembly montage. Everybody trying to put their collars on. Did not set. Terry's tower collapses. Let's see, are we there yet? Poor Terry. There's Raul. There's Man, and she's putting setting spray on. Ruby's telling herself to breathe. Terry's trying to get his on, but Raul's already putting his in the fridge. So is Karen. Say a little prayer for me. Luke's is literally 5 minutes left. And they say, if you're worried, now's the time to worry. Under pressure, Anthony. Now people are peeling the acetate off. Terry's not happy. Luke is like, he's in trouble. Manning can't get hers to set because it's so warm. Karen's already doing her song on there. Raul's putting his, like, fan, like, it looks like feathers. I think it's, what he called the sails. Luke says, yeah, I'm toast. But Terry's, his leaning tower collapses. It becomes a leaning tower, and then it falls apart. Poor guy. And then they say, you step away from your chocolate collar cakes. There's music. Raul comforts Manon, who's a little bit upset, gives her a hug. Art Nightmare. He walks right up to her. He says, you okay? Here, let me give you a hug. He goes all the way around. What a sweetheart. She says, I couldn't get the acetate off. I won't set. He says, here, let me give you a hug with my chocolate-covered hands on your beautiful pink blouse. But then they show the stream, some fish in the stream. And now it's time for the judgments. Let's see. Dan, they say, impressive color, stripes, beautiful. Most something delicious, impressive. It's solid. This is really solid when they cut it. 4 layers with a giant middle, rich and moist. Yeah, delicious. Raspberries, tartness. Nice color, mighty impressive. Well done, Dan. Then Kim Joy. Her cake looks great, too. I'm impressed with the cats. They make you smile. Better taste as good as it looks, though. And they say sponge is firm, a little dry, though. She nods her head. Anthony's, his is a little off, but they say looks fantastic. Color inside is amazing. And not getting the pistachio, Paul says. No pistachio with the saffron. Too much saffron. It's almost a savory cake. Anthony says, oh, boy. Then Karen's cake, hers has like a strawberry top. The collar's neat. Everybody's watching. Really lovely. It melts in my mouth, Paul says. Perfect. Fair play to you. That's great to hear. Thank you so much. Prue can't fault it. John has a hula skirt on his cake. Highly effective. Great sheen on the chocolate. Looks amazing. They start eating it. They go tender, pineapple's moist, sponge is fantastically baked, coconut works well. Love the design. Very good job. And he says, thank you. He takes his cake away. They go, Luke, can you bring yours up? Luke's laughing and shaking his head. He's kind of down. And he says, sorry about that. They go, cream in this heat, yeah. White chocolate, so don't go together with this warmth. Luke takes a breath. They say, the flavor's good. Cake is tough, though. Paul says, raspberry, white chocolate, and cream, though's good, but the sponge is no good. Sorry. Then Manon goes, she's definitely stressed. They cut her cake. They go, nice-looking sponge, but the acetate's still on there. They go, well, how come this wasn't off? She goes, well, it wasn't set yet, so. And Paul goes, well, it's set now. And they go, tempered beautifully now. And Paul goes, okay, let's taste this thing. Nice sponge. Nice cake, very smart. A shame he couldn't get that acetate off. Then Terry's, he has no tower, so they say, the ironwork looked brilliant. It's too bad you didn't get it done. Half the Eiffel Tower, but everybody knows what you were trying to go for. And Paul takes a bite. He says, Prue says, well, I'm getting sweetness, but of the buttercream, but the cake is boring. And Paul says, bad luck, Terry. Bryony's cake is up there. And they look at it. They say, okay, she goes, they go, you got a collar around 2 of them. Let's take a look at your sponge. Very beautiful sponge. Paul tastes it. Way overbaked. You can see by the color on the outside. Bit like rubber. Texture's not right, Bruce says, but flavors are lovely. Then Raul, his cake looks gorgeous. Wonderful construction. Impressed he kept it together. It hasn't fallen down somehow, even with the heat. Unbelievable. not just $2, but pipe work. You really are a superstar. Impressed. And then they cut into it. They say a beautiful crack, even bold, strong colors. They take a bite of it. He cringes and they say, fantastic. Paul doesn't say anything. He's still thinking about it. And he goes, can you come here a minute? And then Raul's like, oh, no. But we know what's going to happen. He shakes his hand. And he says, I've never given a handshake for a showstopper before. Fantastic. Well done. Everybody else is clapping and happy. So he must be really nice when the camera's off, too. Then Ruby has her Jackson Pollock collar cake. She swallows. They say elegant, restrained, classy, 4-layer cake. Bruce says sponge looks beautifully cooked. Paul pushes it around, pops in his mouth. Bruce says, I could eat this all day. She says, phew. And then Paul calls Ruby up and shakes her hand. And she does like a yeah, oh yeah kind of thing. Can't believe it. She does a whoa, way, he says that sponge, that flavor, hazelnut and chocolate, every element comes through perfectly, so elegant. And then the brittle on top, and she's relieved and happy. She says, well, I was more interested in Prue saying she could eat it all day. Paul's cool, but Prue is what I'm more into. She goes, yeah, I'm really happy because I wanted to really impress Prue. And Raul says, yay. And then he says, I can't believe Paul called me up there. I thought maybe I made a mistake. You actually had me. And then they have Bryony kind of saying, okay. Let's see. Everybody's trying to be nice. Luke says, don't worry. It didn't go well for me. And we see birds and sheep. Everyone's lined up. Paul and Prue must decide. Second star baker. What has changed? Extraordinary clear, because we went in very clear. But the people that were in trouble, all that's changed. That's what they say. Ruby and Karen did good. And Manon. So Luke and Terry down at the bottom. They didn't do good. Bryony's showstopper wasn't good. She let herself down, but she's better than that. Cake was stodgy. Then they say Star Baker. You got John, Raul, and Dan. And they say, okay, absolutely steady, man. Quite amazing with those double handshakes. And Paul says, I've never done it before. I can't believe I gave out 2. I'm getting soft. And they say, yeah, we're disappointed in you. Okay, then they step up. Tremendous cake-fueled weekend. Sandy gets to say that Raul's Star Baker. She gets the pleasure of that. And giant of a tray bake, technically consistent, and got a handshake, Paul's first showstopper handshake. Everybody seems happy, though, not jealous. Kind of it seems like a healthy atmosphere. Then Noel says, I got to do the bad news. And the person that's leaving us this week is Luke. They try to build it up a little bit. But they say, Luke, he's like, yeah, disappointed. But he's a kid. So he shrugs, hugs Sandy first, then Noel. He says, yeah, I'm going to miss everybody here. Then Kim Joy, then John. They don't show all the hugs. He goes, it's just a little me. I started with my nan, taught myself who hugs Paul. I still have Paul and Prue try my food. This is a dream of mine. So hugging John again. Prue tells Bryony next week, you're going to be able to do it next week. So Prue's really, really, it seems like she's invested in just, supporting. Terry gets a hug. Sandy says, you're still in it. And he says, it's kind of surreal. He says, I got to practice. Paul tells Raul, cheer up, man. Try to relax. He goes, yeah, my emotions. I'm an emotional dude, Paul. I'm sorry. He goes, yeah, it's surreal. Paul's handshake, Star Baker. Surreal got used like twice in 2 minutes there. Hope I didn't peak too early. He says, that's a great way. And then it ends. So you could dream of Star Baker. because you're the star baker right now. Good night. All right, everybody, it's bread week. I got to get the captions turned on here so I can see what's going on while I don't have to turn the noise on. Terry's talking. Mannon is doing something. They're doing a little preview. Now Noel's talking. This is like the teaser at the start of bread week. This is episode 1. That's not correct. Number 1, tasty takeaway technical. That's a triple alliteration. What if there was like alliterative ice skating? I guess alliterative ice skating is almost alliterative. Is it alliterative? I mean, I don't know. No, ice and ill is not, you're right. Is there any other Olympic events? I don't know. But so this episode opens, so I think I wanted to do this dialogue here. It has the comedy sequence to start, PAIN, and Sandy's standing in front of a sign and an easel. Noel comes and says, I'm here for you. Don't say another word. I'm going to get you a chair, make you a salad. And Sandy says, it's bread week. I was going to talk about different kinds of European bread, starting with pain, P-A-I-N, the French word for bread. He brings a chair and he says, there, don't you feel better? She says, yeah, kind of. And he says, you know why? Because you and I communicate. Also, that's like a wide shot. He kicks back on the chair in a way that's cool. It's a wide shot, so I don't have the best view, but Noel's wearing black shoes, black slacks, and then a yellow and black striped sweater with a furry friend on there. And it says some stuff on there, but it's a wide shot right now. It's like Bumblebee-esque, matches his hair, which is very dark. And Sandy is wearing blue pants, white, much more comfortable shoes, and she has a denim jacket, but the sleeves are decorative. It's a little fuzzy. And then she also has a shirt on, but I can't tell the design of her shirt, so I'll talk about it later. And then we see everybody marching in. They walk through the garden. There's talking heads. Some word I circled that looks like ODATs, jackets in the AM. I was wondering about the weather because, everyone's wearing a jacket or something. And I didn't know if, this the stylist talking or what. But the talking heads, Dan, Ruby, poking and prodding. There's another alliteration almost. Bryony says, I want to have a better week this week. Bryony's pretty hip. Maybe she was punk at some point. Raul's talking, then Mannon's talking. Mannon has some amazing earrings, dangling, a cord. I don't know what you call them, though. I'm not good at naming earrings. I don't know. Kim Joy, it's tough to say because their styles are different, but a lot of them, the accessories, I don't know. I'd say Prue versus Kim Joy, probably. Kim Joy has a more joyful and accessories, and then Prue has more formal or what you'd say is stylish. And Paul is he's got a black shirt, black jeans on, hands in his pockets right now. Walk through garden. Let's read through my notes like it's poetry, though. Oh dear, Chelsea bun, sweet bun. Sides got to be touching. Tear one off for the judges. You got 3 hours. Terry just said he likes a Chelsea bun. Dry ingredients, enriched dough, milk, butter, and fats, which slows down the yeast. Paul loves dough, he says. Classic tear and share. Kim Joy rises to the occasion. So she's the first one that they go through. She's making a Taron, like Rove. Paul. Let's see what it says. A beautiful structure. There, I'm ahead of Paul. He just said classic tear and share. Hoping for perfect buns. Kim Joy has an extra step. They say, morning, Kim Joy. This is when the judges go and visit. Well, tell us about your Chelsea buns. Tan Zong technique. And they say, what is that? Explain. She goes, it's a bit like a roux. It retains moisture. Whenever I hear roux, I want to say roux, 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 sing Sophie Dinkums. That was the song I would sing or Sophie's diapers when my daughter was a kid. Oh, then she brings some bread. Oh, some cool cat bread. So Nabil has a shop called The Traveling Man. It's a comic shop and it looks like a board game shop and maybe RPG. I'd love to go there. And she's brought him bread. Let's see. Paul waffles her in something. Okay, Manon. She's got. They show Manon and her regular life. Oh, she's making like a chai milk. Some chai tea bags to add flavor. Then they show her. She's a software consultant. She also wears matching PJs with her roommate Charlotte. They have tea and PJs, apricot, marzipan, chai, Chelsea buns. Chai Chelsea buns. There's another one I didn't catch. Then we kind of have Paul V. Mann, and I said they go back and forth about which bread's better, French bread or English bread, British bread. There's another, and she goes, oh, well, I love it when it comes out of the oven. Then we have Dan, spiced orange Chelsea bun, Captain Bread, kneading. So Dan's walking with his kids looking for his car just a bit further. 2 harsh critics at home of his own. Dan's hoping to impress the judges with his classically styled one. I feel like my bread's pretty average, but there's Paul looking at it. They show Paul lurking around. He's a bread specialist, Captain Bread. You can't pull one over on him. He sleeps in a BAP. I don't know what that means. Yeah, that's what Noel said. Kim Joy... Something time. Oh, everybody's kneading time. Everybody's kneading. Anthony uses a mixer. Then we have Anthony and his partner on a balcony having breakfast. Decadent breakfast bun he's talking about. Then they're having breakfast. Gary. And they have a really nice balcony. There's a train going by. And I bet you it's good people watching from their balcony. And then he says, he's trying to do the math. And then, Sandy says, oh, no, I guess it's not Sandy, it's Bruce. She says, you don't know the math? Aren't you a banker? Oh, yeah, Sandy does say that. She goes, come on. No wonder we have a banking crisis. Then Paul stops by Terry. He says, Terry, I really want you to flourish this round. Be good. Then we have dough proving, race against time. Ruby's working with carrots and ghee. Oh, Terry's going the extra mile, they say. Fitness fanatic. That was another. I thought it was only the second piece of alliteration. Boy, was I wrong when they describe Ruby. Thin mulch. That's what someone says about hers. Honeymoon in Florence. That's where Bryony's in Bristol, but with her mom, Colleen. But she had her honeymoon in Florence. Sweater as they get. What does this say? Let me have to see what it comes back as. This says sweater as it gets older. Still don't know what grade is. That's a ganache. He says sweater as it gets. Because everybody's dressed. I said, it seems like a lot of people have layers, but then during the episodes they talk about how hot it is in the tent. So I don't know how much of that is due to the weather and how much is just due to the baking. Right now Ruby's talking about her production, and later Noel will say, geez, still don't know what ganache is. Karen, her love of color. They show her working on a lampshade with her family, or her friends, best dressed. Then Sandy does the time on a bread mic. That's coming up. I want to see that. That's pretty funny. Oh, they get sweeter as they get older. They're talking about, that's when Sandy and Noel are talking about balsamic vinegars. He goes, it goes in one ear, goes out the other. Oh, and then Karen's color is the marzipan. She has on a beret that matches her glasses and her sweater. And then they show her working on a lampshade at her family home in Yorkshire. And she's making a Christmas Chelsea bun. And at some point soon, Sandy will be on this bread mic, and I'll see it. Rolling sequence, that's when everybody's rolling the dough. It's a sequence of people rolling dough. Cardiff City versus Chelsea City. John's talking about that. First there's outside. There's it is. It's bread week in the tent. 1 hour gone, 2 hours left. Terrible tension. Wow, there's like so much. Does everything have this much alliteration? And I know Sleep With Me does. Let's see. mascarpone or something. Prue says something's disgusting. Don't mind Paul and Prue. John spends his weekend cheering on his beloved bluebirds. Another alliteration. Holy moly. Salted caramel, blue fondant, ice cream, marshmallow on the top. Oh, that's what they say. Prue says, that sounds disgusting. And they said, don't hold back. Let's see. More, better. Number 3, Mannon, 11:20. Oh, this is funny, at 11:20. So Dan's rolling this is like the rolling sequence right now. I think we're about 10 minutes in. But coming up here is some comedy. So Dan's working. This is at 11:20, and Ruby's swinging. This is like Bill. She reminded me of me. She's like swinging. It looks like a piece of dough, and she loses it. And then she looks around to see if anybody saw her, but the camera was on her. Then Raul's so stressed, but he does bring a cake into his leisure center for the workers. I said, man, what a great guy this is. He bakes to make friends. Leisure complex, of course, not a leisure center. No, I thought it was a leisure center. And they talk about using a thread to cut buns, and Raul's good at it. Bryony has not. She was then another proof. Terry forgot the fruit and the sugar. 1 hour left. Gabbing time. Stress. Don't prove too long. My head's inside to prove right now. Anthony. My head's inside the prover right now. Anthony says that. The 1 hour left, Bakers. That was like, everybody manage your time carefully. What are you doing for the next 25 minutes? Stressing. Paul's, something. Paul's proving Ruby, is it going to prove, underprove? Let's see what Paul says. He's going to mess with your head. I think Noel says that, Ruby. Is Paul messing with your head? Paul's prowling. Oh, that's what it is. That was my word. Paul's prowling around, messing with people's heads. Let's see. Anthony, open swirl, really be well. Oh, no, it's Ruby says Paul's prowling like a bear. Can mess with your head, Anthony says. Can never tell what he's thinking. Oh, Mannon says, I think he wants to see my buns. Oh, boy. Yeah, then the buns start coming out, getting directed. Dan says, Raul, what if your buns explode in the middle? He says, please don't say that. Let's see. Yeast passes away. Oh, this is Bryony talking to Noel again about the yeast. Going away to the big yeaster in the sky. Waiting on the bake, nerves, watching over their ovens and their cooking. 5 minutes, please. People are doing temperature checks, and then they're out of time. Oh, no, it's Kim Joy. She says the yeast is going away for a good cause. Get to learn stuff constantly on here. Some people are happy with how it turns out. Some people are stressed. Let's see. Anthony's on the floor. Then Noel goes over and sits by him. Kim Joy looks as Raul stresses. Everybody's trying to get to things. Final touches, 16:16. I guess I got to wait to see what's at 16:16. The only thing is that this is different. The iPad I'm watching on has a different timer than my TV. There's Noel. Terry said, good things take a long time, but his are already out. It's a big waiting game, but it's worth it. Bakers, you got 1 minute. Only 1 minute. John's bluebirds out of the oven. Rose waiting until the last minute. That's when Kim Joy makes his face like, oh boy, is he stressed. Decorating, going to be messy. To say one of these bakers, if they wanted to move in with me, I would definitely tell them bedtime story. Well, I mean, I guess I could only do it once a week because couldn't eat like this every day. But time's up. Place your Chelsea buns at the end of your benches. They have to say, stop, Raul. Don't make us come over there. Time to face the judgment. Kim Joy, even color, delicate dough. There's another nice one. Citrus, but could use something more. Mannin. Oh, these are heart-shaped, overbaked, tough. Flavor's fantastic. Another alliteration. Dan, even color. Bread is really delicious, really stretchy, Dan. Oh, Dan gets a handshake. Everybody claps. Annoyingly perfect, Paul says. Well made. We're in love with you. Anthony, overbaked, tough, dry. Pity or pithy flavor? No, pity. Flavor's fantastic. And then he says, stop saying it's dry. Terry tastes great. Looks like it exploded a bit. Lovely and light. Oh, no, this is briny. Sorry. Hers was pretty, but exploded a bit. Lovely and light. She thought it was done. See, Terry spread the fruit. That was Terry. He didn't spread the fruit evenly. If you'd hit the filling, it would have been perfect, Terry. Briny's balsamic Chelsea buns, strawberry. They say, okay, it doesn't look like it's folded properly, but nice dough. And it's delicious. Bruce says, Paul says flavor's very, very good. Shame it looks this way. Then Karen's Chelsea buns, lovely looking flavor. Structure's lovely, well baked. Ruby, did you have not enough time? Flavor lacks stickiness. Let's see what they say. Did you have sugar in your dough? No, but there's sugar with the carrots. He said, that's not enough. It's hard, crusty. It's not how a Chelsea bun should be. Bruce says the flavor's interesting, fundamentally lacks stickiness. Then we have John, impressive, nice, springy, overbaked though. Should have been proven more or something. I don't know. But they say that's the decoration's good, but not for a Chelsea bun. Then Raul, they say, sorry about too much fruit on top. Are you trying to match my jumper? That's what Noel says. Looks delicious. It pulls apart lovely, soft and gooey, way a Chelsea bun should be. And say it's interesting, savory spices, but with a sweet fruit contrast. Really like that, Bruce says. Baked to perfection. That's what Paul says. Chutney, very clever. That's a good. And then afterwards, Noel says, you don't have to apologize for doing great. Dan says, what? Dan gives him what the heck? Then we see pheasants outside. Raul's talking pheasants. Dan's baffled. He goes, bread's not my strong suit. Terry says, I can't believe it. I finally did good. My best challenge yet. So that's good. Anthony's feeling a little bit low. And he goes, I got to get back with the technical. Come smashing back. Then we have an outdoor shot. Nothing could prepare them for the technical challenge. They got to practice for that one. Hollywood, this is going to be one of the shortest ones ever seen. Hollywood doesn't want to give you much time. A batch of non-yeasted garlic naan with garlic ghee, or garlic naan. Hollywood hurdle, somebody just said. That's alliteration. Uniform in size. John loves yeasted naan. And they got to grill it. And I think it means broiled, though. Prue asks Paul, they talk. Paul has on a winter coat out, they're sitting outside. So does Prue. And they sit outside, tea and naan. They should do a sequence, everybody getting ready, trying to read, mix the ingredients. But some people have never made naan, and then some people have just never made non-yeasted naan, which I guess I've never made naan before. Even Ruby says, I just take it out of the freezer, which is how I normally do it too. Oh, yeah, but she uses frozen naan, too. So, yeah, here's Paul and Prue talking about it. Yeah, Paul's got, they both have jackets on, so the temperature must have widely ranged wherever they shoot this, which I guess anyone in the UK would say, yeah, of course, Scoots. Kneading the sticky dough, wet dough, not getting smooth. Terry's going well, feeling good. Kim Joy and Manon share a moment. Time to proof, 4 minutes. I think Noel does something with a cat here. Jurassic cat on Briney's paper. Oh, he draws a cat on Briney's paper saying the F-bomb. Then everybody has to make their garlic butter, separating the dough. Noel helps Ruby with the teardrop shape of naan. Takeaway, that's like a term that Americans don't use. We say, oh, well, yeah, I'm used to like getting it at the takeaway. Grill pan, hot. Oh, Terry just said feeling quite relaxed at this moment. Puts you in a good steed. But this is also, that might not be accurate. Broiler, I said, are they broiling or baking? And then they say time. Some people are doing 4, 2, 3, puffing up, some flipping, 15 minutes left. The butter goes on, last touches. And then there's 1 minute left. It's total chaos with 1 minute left. Terry does a double thumbs up, though. Time is up. And you got to bring your naan up and put it right by your photograph. So first person up was Ruby. And they say incremental shapes like Olaf Brickhouse. I don't think any of that is correct. They're skimming the foam off their butter. Then John, roundish ones, breaks, well, tastes good. Shapes odd, brick house. I'll see what the judges say about it in a minute. Manon, similar shape, more like a pita, though. Anthony, raw, out of time, bit thick. Terry looks fantastic, light, good color, good flavor. Terry's 2 for 2. Kane, there's no one named Kane on the show. Karen, probably a bit inconsistent. Okay. Dan, very thick, flavor good. 1 minute left. The judges, or the Nolan, Sandy are saying, I said Dan, very thick, flavor good, right? Raul, nice, light, but undercooked. Kim Joy, inconsistency. And Briny, bit raw, wet. So, and something else, flavor okay. So let me just double check, but I could tell you while they're walking up on the show. Kim Joy came in 10th, Briney 9th, Anthony 7th, Anthony 8th, Ruby 7th, Dan, Karen, Raul, Manon, John, and Terry. I don't know whose I was in, forgot. Brick Hard, that was Ruby's. Oh, so Brick Hard. I thought it said brick house. Brick hard, I would have never thought. That's harsh. Round ones, variety of shapes, breaks well. That's John's. Nice and flaky. Taste is good. A lot of garlic. So he was second place, right? Oh, Manon, they like the flaking, but a bit overbaked, some of them, like Pitta. Anthony, these look good. Oh, no, some are raw and some are overcooked. Looks like they ran out of time. Bit thick, but nice bread. They say Terry's look fantastic, softer, light, but hasn't been under the grill too long. Good color, good shape, consistency, good flavor. Karen, inconsistent in shape and size, a bit thick as well. Taste is okay. Dan's look thick and small, but the flavor's good. Raul, nice color, nice and light, but undercooked on one side. It's a pity because it's nice bread, but a thick pita. Kim Joy, inconsistency in the baking. Backs aren't cooked, cold and briny. They're all the same size, bit raw though. Wet, not quite done. Flavor's okay. And Anthony points out that roti is very different type of bread. But Kim Joy has hope for the next round. This one, they do the talking heads. And then they walk back, which I assume was like on the sun, they record this on 2 days. So the second day, maybe they do it 3 days. Terry has really nice pants. Oh, and there's table talk. So I'll let this play out. Anthony, Ruby, Bryony, shots of stressed faces. There's some interesting stuff. I was going to do this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends beyond the binary. Ready, get set, bake. I guess I can't do it in a sleepy way. Get set, bake. Ready, get set, bake. Eggs and milk and talking. This is a 5-hour baking challenge. Big lumps of dough. Very quick hour. This is the talking heads. 8 nons out, Brian, he says. I just still did it. This is when everybody's walking out. Anthony says, yeah, I'm from a region that makes rotis, not naans, so get off of my back. Oh, yeah, Kim Joy's inspired. She says, Karen turned things around last week. It's not an option for me. And we see some nice flowers, and then everybody walks back. Manon and Terry. Terry's hands are behind his back. Anthony and Kim Joy. Then the table talk. Terry did well. He needed a good day. He was almost shocked. Sandy, who's doing for Starbreaker? Dan. I mean, he's 6 in the technical, but he did well in the first one. Got a handshake. Raul, he was always saying it's not good, but he's doing well. Ruby. Anthony are in trouble, Bryony and Kim Joy for the first time. And they say, Paul, are you under pressure when it's bread week? Is that why you're wearing black? The godfather of bread. Okay, so then they talk about batch baking when they're doing all these big lumps of dough. Very symbolic. This has to mean something for you. They're doing a giant bread. Enriched sweetbread is something or other. They're mainly seen at Eastern European festivals and celebrations like weddings. It comes from a pagan belief in the magical properties of grain. And Noel says, thanks, Wikipedia. Everyone laughs. Korovai, 3 tiers, any shape, impressively decorated to reflect a celebration. And you have 5 hours. Expecting perfection, Paul says. Orange blossom, center stage, a wedding. Ruby's doing her mom and dad, a wedding cake for her mom and dad, which is nice. 4-tiered, put me back in the running. Let's see. Somebody's doing a crown. Noel makes a joke that I said about Brian May. I got to figure that one out. Okay, so they're talking, bakers have to produce a great loaf that tastes good, looks amazing, any size or shape. Good morning, Ruby. 4-tiered Korovai, as we said. Shaped like a crown. And she goes, yeah, my mom's a queen. And that's where the joke, Noel says, oh, well, my mom is Brian May from Queen. So then he walks off, see you later. And Ruby's a little stressed, but she says, I'm going to make it. This is going to be my comeback. Anthony's talking wedding celebrations. He does want an adventure. He paid for his brother's honeymoon, a trip to the foothills of the Himalayas. And I said, holy cow, what a brother-in-law. Either way, like, man, what a gift. But he's going to do it in honor of them with a zip line. Kim Joy's doing a cat wedding. Ruffles and Raffles are the names of the cats. I love that she named the cats. That's like straight out of episode of Sleep. Maybe she listens to Sleep. If you'd say, who's most likely to listen to Sleep With Me out of this cast, I would say, well, Raul's probably, with this show, he's probably the most stressed, but it might stress him out more. I'd say Kim Joy's definitely most likely to be a fan of Sleep With Me. Like, fits all the things, board games, and sense, she just has that sense of humor. Anyone else that we can think of that might listen to the show or like would listen to it? I don't know. I can't think. Maybe other people might like it or listen. Sorry if you do. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to guess. Okay, big ball of dough. Dan's is ginormous. Go, go, go. Bread decoration sequence. More dough. Someone's making duck dough and doves. Let's see, lattice work. Raul's talking to himself, self-soothing. Kim Joy's making cats. Bryony's doing a duck. Anthony's doing designs. You don't want to rise. You want them to stay together. Ruby's doing doves. They're a bit fiddly. Two lovebirds, Bryony, romantic doves, Noel representing the couple. Oh, Dan's doing him and his husband. And then Karen, they say, what are those frogs? Or sea turtles or seals? I think they're supposed to be birds, though. And she's doing a continental breakfast based on somebody she met at a couple she met at a hotel. Madeline T. I don't know what that means. Maybe I'll see. Let's see. Karen's still talking. Castor sugar. Rhodey dough. That Raul used to play with. His mom would let him play with dough. He says, I was never a kind of outdoor person. So this helps me return to my childhood. Oh, he does one for the first British wedding he ever attended with a lot of flowers and garden, orange and lemon zest. In my ideal world, I'd probably do a lot of decorations. They say, what's your ideal world? He'd say like 200 decorations. They say 200? That's wild. Not Dan. John is making like a Welsh Saint David Day celebration bread with a forest friend on top, Welsh tea. He also has pictures of his daughters to inspire him. And never been out to a summer British wedding. Oh, yeah, he says one of his true loves is St. David's Day. Daughters to inspire. Manon has a Fabergé egg on top of hers, because her family has an egg farm. And it looks like it has an L on it. And some buzzing friends and flowers, orange blossoms. Just shaping an egg is difficult, but, eggs is part of my family history, so I'll figure it out. Bryony pulls her first proven piece of dough out, and it looks good. She's going to bake some turrets right into her cake, not as fast as she can, ideally at a slow, unfolding pace. She's doing Rapunzel in a castle, hair, not too basic, they say. But it's like a bird Rapunzel, maybe. I don't know. Rapunzel thing is baked inside. Bakers must twist and shape their dough. They're doing their tiers. So this is a sequence thing. Yeah, the assembly sequence, I called it. Don't want to do it too complicated. And plating, Plati or something. Hoping the dough retains its shape. Now, Terry uses this terracotta prover, which, spoiler, does not work out. I think I know because baking gouache, it doesn't look like he soaked them. It looks like they're brand new. And I mean, I don't know anything about anything, but I said, aren't you supposed to like soak those in a tub of water first and then take them out and then let them dry out a little bit, or like rub them in oil or flour? But I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong, but it's stuck and it ended up not working out well for Terry. But he's doing a garden corvée. He's using scissors to bring the dough together. Oh, this is a funny sequence. We just happen to be here right when we wanted to be. We're right on time right now. So there's like the timing thing. What is that thing called? A long piece of bread? Like boulanger? No. Why can't I think of simple words? Whatever. Noel's holding a green stuffed owl on a long thing of bread. And Sandy's like shooting Nerf balls at it. And for some reason, I can't think of that common vocabulary word. It's like a long thing of bread. You say, oh, you're going to can you get one of those? Not a loaf. I know that word. But the popular French word for it, I can't believe it. I mean, this is like how my brain works, though. That was at 42:27, owl halfway. Get cracking, every second counts. So this is the stress sequence. Pressure cooker. Dan knocks over something, says he's sorry. One dough out, one dough, juggling act. crucial decision to stop proving and start baking. Then we see Kim Joy nestling the cats in Venus space. I don't think that's what it is. Nestling the cats, so somewhere. Oh, nestle cats in various places within them. Some of them are grumpy, she says. Then Terry's stuck. First time he says, please bake well. I think Ruby says that, though. Raul says, not confident in anything in my life. Why would baking time be any different? And I said, I can so relate, man. Then the PANIC hits time. Sandy does the time with a chalk drawing, 1 hour. What is a chalk drawing of, Scoots? I don't know. I'll tell you in a second when it comes up here. A bit tight like a breadstick. Oh, that's what Noel says to Raul. It says, you're a bit tight like a breadstick. You're going to break. You're going to snap. It's, what is that thing called that you sands the time? Hourglass. Chalk drawing of hourglass. And there's some comedy there of Noel trying to move it. Get baking, burnt wreath, funeral wreath. You go out, I quit. That's what Noel says to Ruby. Pinky promise. Then he says, are the cats going to stay together forever? And then Terry has another batch stuck. Anthony says, I'm not going to make it. My time is running out, 10 minutes. Then we have the assembly sequence. If somebody uses the term wonky, Karen says that her cake is better looking than her husband. And then the time is up. Dan is done. 5 hours over. Kim Joy says somebody, I think that Raul's looks lovely. Lovely Raul. Will it hold? Then it's raining outside the tent really hard. Kim Joy and Noel, trust me, a shotgun wedding for these kittens. There's already kittens there. Looks lovely. Like a hot cross bun. But it would have been perfect if you had proved it for another hour. So they must have started, that's, I guess, the judgment sequence. Raul proves size, highly decorative, really is a showstopper. Look at all that's fantastic. You're a little genius. That's what Paul says. Then Dan is up. He sighs. They say simple, effective, exquisite, lovely texture, beautiful bake, but the flavor's not strong enough, Dan. Almost there. Then Ruby goes, they say, geez, your detail is spectacular, lots of filling, love the almond, perfection, stunning. Oh, yeah, let's see. The first, Kim Joy goes first, and Noel helps her, and they say, you shouldn't have trusted him. Just meowed. The kit ovi. I don't know how many cats. Let's just check in because we got a couple minutes. Let's see how many cats I can see. 1, 2. I paused it. They're going to do an overhead shot. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let me see if that's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now I see. And I can't even see the whole cake. That's a zoom in. 10, at least 10 kittens on the cake. Just meowed. Meowied. That's their friends. Because, they say, are those the kittens? She goes, no, those are their friends. Great plate or whatever they say. Really charming. Let's see. Jump back to John. Colorful, clumsy. Sunk in. Bit heavy, too much fruit, bad luck, John. Yeah, Kim Joy only needed a half hour more proving. Karen, my goodness, muted colors, lovely. Let's see, let's get to Karen. Oh, wait, what is this, Raul's? Wait, how did I miss that one? Did I fall? Oh, I guess Raul was after. Sorry, I guess I did do his. But yeah, Prue size. His is so good, really, is a showstopper. Oh, yeah, that's when they call him fantastic. I didn't like that fantastic little genius. I mean, he's a genius. He's a lovely human being, too. Okay, let's see. So back to Karen. There's some, they say, my goodness. And there's a couple of things I need to, like, get it clear on. Oh, yeah, she reveals that they say, I like the muted colors, lovely. Decorations intricate. Wonder what it's like inside, though. Then they cut it. She says, oh, I'd like to know what's inside, too. Everybody laughs at that. It's a bit doughy in the middle, but it's underproofed. Disappointing because it looked amazing. Oh, and she goes, showstopper on the outside. Then Anthony goes, he makes the birds fly down the zip line just to add to the drama. He says, the lovebirds go down the zip line, which is cute. And he gets a big smile, simple but effective, but they worry about the color. It could be the chocolate decorations. A lot of them fell off. They cut in, and Bruce says it's a bit heavy. Oh, not the word, not proofed enough, overbaked, ended up with a stodge. Not your best, Anthony. But he's still smiling. A bit stodge, yeah. Then John, not baked, flavor lovely. Should have proved it for 2 more hours. Except is that John? I mean, oh no. I guess Terry's next. I don't know. Maybe I watched it in a different order. Should have proved for 2 more hours. It's very citrusy, delicious. Oh yeah, I thought it was Terry. They go, yeah, you shouldn't have 15 minutes. That's where your problem is. That's what Paul says. You should have proved it for 2 hours. Not well executed. Then Manon goes, her Fabergé inspired. Love the Fabergé. Egg on the top lattice is lovely. Hope it tastes as good as it looks. And that's when we really see her earrings shining. That's another pop. They say it's a bit too strong. The orange flower water, it's like bath bubbles, lacking salt, and it might have affected the texture. Design's impeccable, but the inside is wrong. Then Bryony's up, Leaning Tower of Pisa, very basic. Wow. Prince falls off. They say, bye, Prince. Needs more flavor, more fruit. It's underproven. Bryony's definitely sad. But they prove like the turrets. Quite a tricky showstopper. So then they go to the table. Quite a tricky showstopper. Dane was steady. Raul, he's an enigma. Ruby definitely saved herself. Bryony let herself down. Anthony's, his zip line was good. Never met anybody like him, Raul, they say. They go, John did okay. Bread-fueled weekend, so who's Starbaker? A lot of swagger, Raul, I think. Then they say, geez, we got to say goodbye to Anthony too soon. Oh, so I guess that's it. Once the judge's table, or whatever you want to call it, is over, they make the announcement. Starbaker with swagger, I guess, is Raul. Yeah, that was how they tease it out. Looked like they had something to grill some lunch outside or something. I just saw. But they say, yeah, we got to say goodbye to Anthony too soon. It really is. Oh, man. And there's like tears and smiling and a lot of hugs. And then his exit interview or whatever is really hard. He's like crying, and smiling at the same time. It's really genuine tears. And then they do the talking heads. Can't have a bad week. Raul uses surreal again. But he says, I think I can bake. Bryony, let me see what it says, because I can't. Ruby says something, but they say, I'm so sorry. Big hugs for Anthony. He says, I'm not going to start smiling. You know what? Because this was a great opportunity. Met a lot of great people. Oof, really hits home, though. Really great. Even Terry's face was red. Like, he was going to cry. Happy tears, real tears. Oh, boy. I think I'm getting teared up with Anthony. You know, I keep messing up his name. Paul says, I'm sure he'll carry on. Karen gives him a hug, but he had to go 2 weeks in a row, Raul. So surreal. Can't believe it. Keep pinching myself. Is it real? Now I think I can bake. So look out. It was a real showstopper, Bruce says. Took my breath away. And it's his birthday on Monday. Another birthday present. Getting stronger and stronger. Baked beautifully. One last piece of alliteration. He ticked every single box. And then Paul says, geez, Ruby, you saved yourself twice. She goes, oh, I'm a cat with 9 lives. I got to get my act together next week. Can't deal with that kind of stress. And that's the end of the episode and the end of bread week. So I hope I baked you some good sleepy dreams. Good night. All right, my bakers, it's time to talk about desserts week. And I'm just getting it going here. It says desserts week. It's a sweet week for the remaining contestants with rolled meringue, jiggly gelatin, and a mesmerizing chocolate masterpiece that melts away. And let's see, it's rolling here. I got the subtitles on, and I got my notebook, and I'm here to talk to you about Desserts Week. It starts off, so I said, what's Channel 4 and Love Productions? I have to look that up at some point. They have the teaser of stress and work sprays, globes, and just noticed something on Noel's shirt. Almost called him Julian again. Custard pie. Oh, this opening is a custard pie in the face opening. Paul Run. Oh, there's also autumn colors. And then we start with the talking heads. I'll bounce back though. There's the, there was what was that? A rabbit or a squirrel on the fence? Let's see. Great British Bake Off baking show. This is a squirrel running on the fence. A sheep. Noel has a pie. And an amazing shirt. Sandy's asking him, well, Paul got one in the face last year. She goes to throw it away. She puts it in Paul's face. And then, Noel and Sandy run off. Then the bakers walk down the stairs. We do the talking heads. Bryony's a little worried, scraping through every week. Ruby wants to have one. Mannon's like, so far I've dodged disaster. So hopefully it'll continue. John's like, this is competition. Dan is strong. Raul's definitely strong. Let's see, what else do we have here? Autumn colors, talking heads. Mannon has a Eiffel Tower shirt. Sandy has a popsicle sweater. What am I supposed to talk about? 201. So Terry's out this week, which is interesting for the rules. In mug, better way. This was great. Did I already miss that? Yeah. Did I miss it? It said 2 minutes. He has, our buddy Raul says, he's like, what better way to start the day than with a glass of milk? And then he drinks it on screen. And then they say, Terry is poorly, so he's not feeling good. So on with something, filling. Enclosed. This is a Roulant thing. On with the challenge, Sandy says. Meringue roulade. Family size. Melt in the mouth meringue. There you go. It has to be encased. Perfect swirl. Also, Sandy has I didn't realize her collared shirt is a reverse of her popsicle sweater. And I guess at some point I'll pause it on Noel's shirt. So we have 2 quiet separating eggs, sequence, yolk problems, sugar. We're looking for a great roulade, beautiful spiral. The bakers really have to think about the balance of flavors. Got to get some acidity, sharp fruit, good curd. Come on, have some good curd already, because meringue is very sweet. Nowhere to hide, Paul says. Then we see some flowers. Dan's mixing some egg whites. He's getting his meringue. Kim Joy's going for a more stiff, glossy meringue. No undissolved sugar. Mannon's heating up her oven. They ask, okay, so how are you making it? Well, I heat the sugar in the oven because it dissolves quicker in the egg whites. So hopefully I'm guaranteeing a good meringue. Cherry Roulade. Sweet something, sweet soaked cherries or something. Then they smell something, almond kernels from her thing. They say, have you done this before? Never made a meringue roulade before. Paul says, interesting. Bryony does a double take. Then Bryony's slowly adding sugar to her egg whites. She's making a treacle tart, her husband's favorite, but in a roulade. So I have some mascarpone cheese, fresh figs and pears, three pears. Paul bites into a pear. He loves pears, I guess, apparently. So does Noel. He says they're underrated. Who's the press officer? They need more attention. What else do we got? Pecan something. Like clouds dream, their moons. Oh, this is Kim Joy stuff. Her meringue's like clouds, makes you think of dreams. So she's doing a dream-themed sleep with me thing. Sweet dreams roulade with moons and stars, passion fruit curd. And they say, what do you dream about? She goes, well, last night I woke up at 11 and Noel says, well, I had a dream I was playing with Sandy. She was a bull, and I was helping her dance. Then John's spreading his meringue around. He prefers using a sheet to tins, gives it a more rustic edge. He goes, you use the word rustic, you could get away with anything in baking. He's also making mango spheres. He's spherical. I said, I move in spherical ways, John. Did you hear that? Mango spheres, spherification, he says, and they say, good luck, because we don't even know what you're talking about. No room for error, too long, it'll be too dry, too under, it'll collapse. It has to be slightly rollable. So it's a little warning sequence. Now, harder, Raul's stress, Ruby, too much booze. Then they say, dude, Raul, how'd you learn to your knife skills? He goes, TV and YouTube. I think Sandy asked him that. Treacle tart filling, not too runny. You want to make sure it's just right. Dan is inspired by his trips to the Florida Keys. Cocktails, lime curd is going to be the star. And then Ruby is inspired by going out and having pina coladas in Liverpool when she lived there. And Noel says, small world. Paul just bought me one. True story. He says it in a way it's like that. It sounds like it's not a true story, but he says he just bought me one the other day. And I said, where were, like at the hotel bar? Like, where are those two hanging out? Rhubarb and custard for Raul, grown into liking the root taste of rhubarb after a party. He has some Star Baker stress from winning 3 times in a row. And Noel says, if you win again, you're going to carry me around on your shoulders. Karen goes back to another holiday theme. She says, yeah, remember, like, I love coffee creams and hazelnut pralines are the 2 fastest things that go when you get a box of chocolates at my house. It's going to have whiskey filling. She puts the curd in the fridge. Then we get the halfway mark, 52 and a half minutes, some left. I'm supposed to pause it at 10 minutes. That's oddly specific. To talk about Noel's shirts. Let me just look up here. So let's see. Ruby's pina colada, roasted pineapple. Make sure you have one for me. Rhubarb, it's getting cooked up there. It was too sharp originally, the flavor, but then I had rhubarb and custard. So it was one of the first British flavors I've grown into liking. Also, his has like these kisses that look like a holiday Hershey's, like white chocolate and peppermint kisses, but they're made from meringue. So don't, they're not chocolate kisses. He says, yeah, you're going to get my shirt. Well, maybe I could talk about a shirt now. Well, no, I can't see it. Karen's working. Karen really does a good job with her glasses, like contrasting in a positive way with her outfits. Like she has like a mustard sweater, and then not a sky blue glasses frame, but let's see. Now I'm just seeing her custard, and she also has a pin on or whatever. Yeah, I don't know what you call it. I think you call it a pin. Okay, yeah. Now here's the halfway through point. So, like, just noticed recently on Noel's shirt is there's like a crab. It's some sort of, it's a print shirt, very funky, long sleeved. The background overall is a dark navy or black. And at first glance, you'd say, okay, it's some sort of like funky Hawaiian style shirt. Or then you say, maybe it's a universe. But if you really start to study it, you realize it's happening under the sea. So there's a crab, there's coral, there's a lobster, or a koi. So it's like an aquarium shirt. So it's very complex. It's meant to be savored because you say at first glance, it's just a cool shirt. And they say, was that the universe? Is that a disco shirt? Very nice colors. And I think it very looks good on him. Like it goes with his hair and stuff like that. Okay, nice crispy coating, creamy center, so double alliteration there. People cheering on their baking, rising. I hope it does not crack too much. Look how lovely. It's talent. I think Dan says that, or somebody says that when they're rolling there. It's cool. Dan, so close, don't rub. Haven't got Star Baker yet. Oh, yeah, it looks like Dan and Ruby are joking around. We're going to let this bad boy cool for a bit. Oh, yeah, Noel says, how come you're a Star Baker? He says, don't rub it in. He goes, so close. And he goes, well, I'm not going to get excited. Then they say, that guy over there, he's all that stands between you and Star Baker. But you're doing well. And he goes, well, does anybody think of me? And Noel says, I do. Well, you and me outside, half an hour left. Squidges, there's a nice word. Squidges out, Dan says, if you do it the wrong way. People are coding their squares and the dreaded roll sequence as technique called hope. That's what somebody says. It's a technique called hope. Tight swirl, so decadent, not good. Roll, baby, roll. Oh, John says technique called hope. Dan's rolling his. Oh, nice little roll. Little butte. Oh, no. Stop moving. Too much. 2 minutes. Pretty piping. There's another nice alliteration. Baking at my level. Sandy, I think Sandy and Kim Joy, somebody's like down low, sitting down, and Sandy says, now you're baking at my level. Something at the zoo looks like it was, I'll see what it is, coming up here, reverse something, and breathe, someone says as they're trying to, Mannon's is falling apart, it's cracked, her Rouland, stop moving, she's the one that says stop moving. Okay, 10 minutes, and leakage out the side, neaten it up with some pretty piping. Oh, just cover it up the crack. Come on, put some cherries on top. Improvisation. Oh, it's Kim Joy. Kim Joy's decorating her cookies down low, and Sandy says, oh, this is what I've been down here my whole life. Oh, and then Noel goes up to Ruby. He says, your Rouland looks like a caterpillar I saw at the zoo, an exotic one. Looked a bit like that. It wasn't healthy. Dan finds that hilarious. John's mango spheres, something, I don't know, basically jelly sweet, I don't know, reverse spherification. 1 minute left. Stop moving. Oh, no, we already said that. This is like the final sequence. Gold leaf. Too much is not enough. Some people still have stuff in the fridge. Kim Joy's really shaking. Voila. Time is up. Flowers, Roland. Ruby says cylindrical prey. Fold and swirl. Oh, these are the reviews. Let me hold on. I'm ahead of myself. There's a little duckling swimming in the pond, and it was playing with like some grass. So yeah, now we have the judgment. Oh, they even have to say, Raul, time's up. Okay, so Ruby, they say very cylindrical. That's a word, cylindrical. Shape of it all the way. She's praying. They take it. It's got more of a fold than a swirl. Beautiful and light, though. Fantastic flavor-wise. So, one for Ruby. Kim Joy, dreams, passion. Hello. Bruce says exquisite piping, but the inside is a little bit clumsy and thick. Flavor's lovely. Same, the theme's good, but... So you go to sleep and you wake up, the passion follows. That's what Bruce says. Everybody laughs at that. But yeah, so Kim Joy, mixed results, I would say. Clumsy Roland, no spiral. And they like the passion fruit curd. But next time, thinner meringue. Mannon's, hers broken up a lot. That's a shame. Too cherry, good balance. Really good idea. But my mouth's watering. Tastes lovely. Then Raul, lots of great kisses. Looks good all the way down. He says, thank you. They've got massive meringue with a little fold, though. No spiral, buddy. Star Baker. They say meringue's a bit chewy. It didn't bake it long enough. Bake it a little longer, but your interior's delicious. Sharpness from the rhubarb. So taste is good. So safe, but not out of the park. Karen, pretty sad and flat. So soft it collapsed. Underdone meringue. The swirl's there, but the inside's so soft that it collapsed. Yeah. Let's see. Dan, love your decoration. Very neat. Neat as a pin. I think Bruce says that. Good spiral. Wonderful. Fresh. But balance is good. Something else. Flowers. The decorations. And Paul doesn't say anything. He just gives him. He says, you do have a spiral. Good one. And he handshakes Dan. So everybody claps. Is happy. Briny, she has seepage, cylindrical, but lost a spiral. Flavors are great, but seepage, that was another word I marked. I really like that word. John, his looks great, but it's a bit of a spiral. He gets a handshake, though. Is that right? There's no one on this show named Declan, right? I don't think. Because I have something that looks like Declan's Passion Fruit Celebrations handshake. So we'll see. I'll keep an eye on it. He gives a high five with Mannon. He's so happy. So is Dan. Kim Joy's sad, Karen says she's at the bottom of the class. Could be curtains for me. Okay, let's see what John's saying. Duckling, that's when the duckling, so we see the duckling twice, before the judging and after it. Now the duckling is playing with the spherification. Perfect. Nice little touch, that. Delicious. You really got a good flavor coming through. Sharpness. Celebrating the fruit. He gets a handshake. Handshake. I don't know what Declan's is. But he does get a handshake. That's one of the things I wrote. So he gives a high five. And then we have the duckling. And then it's not going to be easy because it's time for a 70s classic. And also Starsky and Hutch. And they say follow a recipe of something I'll have to look up. I got to look at blancmange. raspberry blancmange with a wobble, and then some L'Age du Chat biscuits. And a lot of people, somebody says, I don't have the foggiest idea. So it's not going to get any easier. Your technical challenge is Peru, 70s classic. She fixes her glasses are two-toned. Normally this would come in packet form, but you're going to make it from scratch, Peru, right? She says, yeah, follow the recipe. Sandy says, well, that's helpful. Off you go. Okay, retro classic, the blancmange, raspberry blancmange with a wobble. Blancmange, L'Age du Chat biscuits, identical. You have 2.5 hours on your mark. Get set, bake. So it's kind of like some sort of like gelatin dessert. Okay, we're a wobble, having the foggiest. Ruby says that. So 25 minutes, is that all they have? Everybody starts racing. Maybe they have 2.5 hours. I don't know. Then they show Paul and Prue having it. He used to have it at school. So they had school desserts. That's what my daughter said, school desserts. He goes, why would you make this, Sandy? Or, yeah, Prue. And she goes, well, because it's, this is more like panna cotta, not some store-bought kit. And she goes, it's got a nice hit of raspberry. You're going to use gelatin to set this. So you're under pressure because you only have 2.5 hours, and it needs 2 hours to freeze and chill. And those butter biscuits look really good with the blancmange. Biscuits provide the crunch. So we have gelatin, retro, kind of 70s. Yeah, Paul didn't like it when he had it at school. Then we get a fruit puree sequence, custard making, blooming gelatin leaves, 300 mils of double cream, somebody says. Looks like a brain. Into the mold. How does it come out? Where's my freezer? So people are trying to get theirs done fast because I don't know if they know they have to have it in there for 2 hours, but... So basically, you have 30 minutes to make this thing in the perfect world. Instead of blooming onions, blooming gelatin, almond extract. Yeah, 300 mils of double cream. I don't know what double cream is, but it sounds creamy, you know. 1 hour in the freezer, 1 hour in the fridge. Blanc de or the cat's tongue is what those biscuits are. Ruby calls, Dan tattletales. How long do we bake it for? Cat's tongues and coffee. What could be better? Won't green, perfect moment. Mama goes, more frozen. Biscuits out of oven. Let's see if I can make any sense. A multitude of something, Karen says. Longs the shot, cat's tongue. Longs the shot, cat's tongue. Everybody knows it now. A lot of people don't know what they're supposed to look like because they never made it before. Longs the shot mixture. No method, just the ingredients. So really tough. Got to pipe it and bake it now. Oh, Dan says, my bladder looks good. No peeking, Ruby. Pipe 12 identical fingers. And everybody's trying to get them identical. Wow. I've never piped anything. I don't have the patience for that. They say, thanks, Peru. Okay, maybe a few minutes. I don't know. 160 at 10 minutes. Who knows? There's the cat's tongue and coffee. That's all we eat in France. Okay, melt the white chocolate, green cocoa butter, add that to the mint. People say, well, I don't know about green food coloring. And then they're halfway through. Important moment. You got to check your blancmange and choose the perfect moment to go from the freezer to the fridge. Too long in the freezer. Too long in the freezer. I would never thought this. Then the gelatin won't respond well. And Dan says, yeah, if it doesn't. So That would be my mistake. Much like Mannon's mistake is to keep it in the freezer too long. So we do see the results of that. And that's exactly what I said. Well, if 30 minutes in the freezer is good, an hour's better. Or if you're supposed to do an hour, you might as well do an hour and a half, which was incorrect. It needs some time in the fridge. Also, a multitude of song. I don't know what that was. Karen says that. Then Dan says, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? INNIT. Isn't it? Isn't it? 15 minutes till blancmange time. Then hot water, quick gel, slip and slide out, and flip it. And this is the stress time when they're trying to get their things out. Dan, John's, Karen's are all a little slimy. Ruby's is melty. Mannon's is gooey. She tries to get hers back in the fridge for 5 minutes. Mannon's goes flat. She says so rubbish, I think. Then there's the final assembly. Yeah, there's everybody doing their flips and their shakes and their pounding, saying, come on, let's get this thing out of there. Everybody's kind of using a similar method. And then they do the reveals. And at first you think everybody's is a disaster, but I guess it's just a little bit of liquid at first. Like everybody's has some, but Karen's is the one. Holy cow. Hers is like liquefied 100%. Mannon's looks better than Karen's, but she puts hers in the freezer. Bryony got hers out fine. Karen says Karen's did not come out fine. Now Karen's glasses match her undershirt, the shirt she was wearing under the mustard sweater. Let's see. Into the fridge, man, and it's so rubbish. Final assembly. Time is up on the table. Perfect wobble. So then we go through the judging, which I have the notes here. Kim Joy has good wobble, good color, good consistency, and a good biscuits. Karen, her color and definition were lost, and her biscuits, not something. Roll, nice wobble, delicious, but underbaked biscuits, maybe. Briny, not set up, underbaked. So let's see. There's a Kim Joyce. Shall we start with this one? Bit of a wobble. The definition's lost a little bit, but color's good. This is a good biscuit. Yeah, then they do Karen's. Could have been better set. Definition, the biscuits, they look as if they could have gone in the oven a little longer. Yeah, they definitely... nice color, nice wobble, delicious, tartness, and the biscuits, underbaked. Then briny, lost a bit of color, not quite set, lovely and crisp biscuit. Mannon's is more of a pool or a soup. It's not set at all. What a pity. Great flavor. And the biscuits are good. This one, John's, has a decent color, lost a definition, but lovely. Biscuits look good. Beautiful from a baking point of view. Ruby's color's not bad. Nice blancmange. Biscuits do look good. Beautifully piped. Great biscuits. And Dan's nice wobble. Color's great. Beautiful blancmange, smooth, sharp. Biscuits are skinny but good. Nice. So then the rankings: Mannon, Karen, Kim Joy, Bryony, Raul, John, Ruby, Dan. Then they say, well done. There's some talking heads. We see Karen stressed, Bryony stressed, and then Kim Joy's a little bit worried and sad. Like she even sheds a tear because she's been doing so well. Then they walk back one more chance. They give their hugs. Then the hosts and the judges have their table talk. Top 4, bottom 4. Dan the man wallops of flavor, they say. Then they show the stressed faces of the bakers. Chocolate ball dessert. This is a magic trick. A chocolate sphere to reveal a dessert within. I've never seen this before, but it sounds pretty cool. You got 3 hours. Pressure's on. It's very hot. So you have to create a chocolate globe or sphere so that'll melt away. It has to melt. Don't want it to crack. You have to want it to work on 2 levels. So that's interesting. So you start with Bryony, who's having white chocolate, amaretto, blood orange, and sticky toffee pudding. And they say, "You sure about this white chocolate? Because it's, I don't know." And they say, yeah, we're going to go for it. Let's see, I don't know what that says. Ruby's doing golden egg. With a tropical tart inside. Have you seen this in a restaurant? I think Paul asked her that. She says, yeah, actually I have. Dan, I'll have to wait till it comes up because I can't. Jazoned, a layered mousse cake, giant, Dan and the giant peach for Constant, his daughter. That's her favorite bedtime story. And then they say, John, also inspired by his kids, does an opera cake, inspired by opera cake. His is a ballet cake, 11 layers. Noel says he's using goth juice in there. Let's see, so we have the starting sequence here. Starting, everybody's, especially the people on the bottom are saying, oh boy, because it's warm, trying to stay cool. Mana wants to get it in the fridge as soon as she can. We're asking for the most delicious original dessert inside a chocolate globe. So that when you pour that sauce on, it melts away. Perfect chocolate dessert underneath. And therein lies the problem, Paul says. Too thick, it won't melt all the way through. Too thin, it's going to crack and fall away. And we're judging their desserts. Yeah, it's got to blend well, the chocolate and the sauce. So 2 levels to be thinking. Dessert better be good, though. Your chocolate and your sauce. Wow, so there's 3 layers at least. And then some of them are doing these multi-layer opera cakes. So Bryony's doing a chocolate ball, as we said, white chocolate ball. And encasing it as the toffee pudding tart. Paul's makes his own toffee pudding, I guess. So they say, oh boy, sticky toffee. She goes, well, my husband loves it. And hers is going to be white with some stripes, colored marble red coloring. But Paul says, yeah, do you know that white chocolate is a different temperature? So I hope it holds. Be careful. And he says, looking forward to it. So they head off. And Brownie says, I know Paul makes his own sticky toffee, but I'm going to do my best. And they say, Bryony's not the only one making a hidden tart. So Ruby's doing a golden egg, a bird's nest, a short crust, white chocolate ganache, mango meringue, passion fruit curd. So a little complicated, Bruce says. And she says, yep. Hot coconut and white chocolate sauce. So boy, she goes, yeah, I've gone out with my friends and we've had this, ordered something like it. And Paul says, really? A melting surprise chocolate ball on a meal out with your friends? She goes, yeah, they're in restaurants now. You've been going to too many drive-thrus or takeaways. Get with the times. Everybody laughs at that. Dan, I think Dan calls Constance. Toasted hazelnut pairs with the peach, layered mousse cake, alternating layers of Jaconde for Constance's favorite bedtime story. Caramel sauce. James and the giant peach, he says, yeah, that's what I'll do. And they all say, okay, they say, do you think it's going to work? He goes, yeah. And they go, Dan, you're talking in your high voice like you're nervous. Then John's working on his opera cake, ballet cake, 11 layers. Noel says, oh, goth juice. Oh, and then Kim Joy is boldly going where no baker has gone before with a galaxy-themed ball. She's making a shoe turtles, CHOUX turtles, because why not? Space turtles. And I said, oh boy, this is getting more and more like sleep with me. And then Paul, Paul wouldn't listen to this podcast, I don't think, because he says, where do you come up with this stuff? His face. And I say, space turtles and space whales make a lot of sense to me. And actually, like a famous English author, is it a French author? Our planet's on the back of a space turtle, right? Should be amazing. Then we have the decoration scene. Oh, there's something I got too thick versus too thin. So I got to talk about this in a second. White chocolate is less stable. So you have to do thicker walls. 38 minutes left. Very fun globe and moving shake it out sequence at 38 minutes. But Paul says, you should be amazing, Kim Joy. The shoe turtles, I like how it sounds. She goes, I'm even have cocktail umbrellas in there. And I say, of course. So Kim, I don't know. Kim Joy's just Kim Joy, I don't know, I guess they haven't met a lot of people like that, but I say, well, that's like a regular Sleep With Me listener. Or a fabulously normal Sleep With Me, you know what I mean. So Kim Joy's working on the galaxy, glove for my cocoa butter, because I usually use it to dye my hair. John's checking the walls of his globe. Got to give it a fairly firm edge. Some people are people are using different techniques to make their globes. Yeah, but if you have to do it right or the theatrical reveal will be ruined. Not too thick, not too thin. Make sure to pray. And the white chocolate is going to even be harder because it's less stable. So then at 38 minutes, everybody's shaking out their globes and trying to get them like the chocolate spread around. It's really fun because it looks like they're playing with balloons. Very graceful, someone says. Technique, shake it out. Trying to swirl it around. Mannon's laughing. Hers is a Renaissance surprise. Molds. Oh, some people are using molds. So, Raul and Karen are using balloons. Karen's trying to blow it up. She goes, oh, I had smoked too much as a kid or as a young adult. She's using something called raspberry syllabub. I said, wasn't that one of Superman's enemies, syllabub? Rahul is, of course, doing more than one layer, but he goes, I tried practicing, the balloon kept popping in my face. He's doing a collage dome on top of opera cake, 7 layers of coffee and chocolate, 4,000. Oh, so at 40 minutes, Sandy's talking. She's like, where's Noel? And he's in the background doing something very silly with somebody else running around with him. So that was funny. Then there's the worker in stress sequence, decorations, mixing, booze, flavoring, drenched in chocolate, layers of cake, precision work. Dan's making it, he's making his dessert inside the globe, so he's assembling it, the globe around his dessert. Then there's a half hour. Then people start to do their globe, there's just a lot of repairs having to go on and renovations, balloon popping. Bryony collapses her globe. Noel has to hug her because she's sad about it. John helps Ruby. We see Kim Joy's turtles. John's, somebody says, geez, John looks amazing already. Let's see. Oh, Raul says to Noel, I can't give you my attention. I'm trying to work. Everybody's trying to salvage the carnage. Then Noel and Sandy go back and forth. Okay, you call it. Okay, 1 minute left. Come on, everybody's saying, come on. They're using sprays and doing the final touches. Bryony's trying to get hers. And then they say, place it at the end of your benches or whatever. Mannon's a little sad because Bryony's has the issue. And then they say, judgment time. And they go to John's first. He's in a tutu. He has a tutu table with ballet shoes. Everybody's laughing. He said, I'm standing in first position. They say that table is too weird, man. He says the hot sauce is clear, distinct, beautiful, delicious, rich. Good job. And then Ruby goes, and they say, do you understand the word sphere? Because hers didn't work out, but it's a nice reveal. Is this what they say? Yeah, too thick and a bit sickly, her flavors. Then Raoul goes, very Raoul, elegant, quite striking. Did not melt. He goes, I'm sorry. Like the flavor, fantastic, silky smooth. He turns around to walk back, like usual. Brian, she says, no excuses. It was too thin. They say, Jesus, this needs to be more robust, like a creature. Texture's good. Taste is good. And they say Mannon tries to comfort Bryony. Dan, his ends up, his colors were off, so his looks more like a planet. They say, Planet Dan. And he puts his sauce on. They says, come on. It runs out of sauce, but it still falls apart. They say, wow, very good. Absolutely delicious. Very, very good. What do we call it? Planet Delicious. Then Mannon goes, they say, very neat and pretty, lovely, voila. Wow, that is a lovely thing. Smooth, stunning, sophisticated triumph. Kim Joy says, well done to Mannon. Karen, they say, Jesus, the design is good, effective. Come on, baby, it melts. They say, delicious, decadent. Then Kim Joy goes, they say, geez, concept is fantastic. There's umbrellas inside. It looks amazing. Very delicious. The sauce blends, kicks, flawless. Well done. So we're left with Brian and Karen, who are both worried. There's like talking heads, space turtles. Karen says she feels okay, but she'd be crushed. Bryony says, let's get to this Bryony thing, because she's very much like Scooter's brain. She says, I always expect the worst, because that way you're not surprised. I said, that's like, that would be on my tune, but I would probably forgot to even put it out there. So I'm going to get to her quote in a second. But he said, yeah, I guess that would be my belief system. Expect, don't plan on, I guess, yes, she has an internal Nana, was my point. Okay, there's Karen, there's Brian, who's stressed. My quite opinion, it's better to expect the worst, because then if it happens, you're not surprised. And if it doesn't happen, you feel like a winner. And I said, I know how you feel, Bryony. Then we see some swans, something, my mother. We see, we have a table talk about who's going to win. Too much chocolate. All's fine. And they said, well, what are we going to do? Terry wasn't here also. And it was tricky. Kim Joy's really worked, and she was in trouble, so that worked out good for her. Dan and John are up at top. Who will be Star Baker? Let's see. Unusual week with Terry having gone home. Terry might have gone home. They say, let's handle this. Nolan says, me and Sandy are going to go play Frisbee then. Everybody's holding hands. Ruby says, sorry, my hands are clammy. They announce the Star Baker is Dan, Planet Delicious. And they say, okay, so who are we going to send home then? And they say, nobody. Bryony's very relieved. Karen's eyebrows go up, but they say next week, 2 people might go home. And so there's a big relief sequence, everybody hugging, she says, well, it's a lovely week. I have the joy of announcing a star baker. That's Sandy. Everybody says, okay, who did a peach of a showstopper? Dan did. So everybody claps Dan's back. He comes up, he cheers. He's really happy. Oh, he doesn't come up. They just cheer for him, Planet Delicious. They say, well, who are we going to send home? Somebody says, not too keen. That's at the end. Dan calls Constance. It was really cute. He says, that was Star Baker. She goes, how? He goes, I made a cake. She goes, you made a cake? Was it very good and very tasty? And, yeah, so they do a slow zoom on Bryony and Karen when they say, nobody's going home. Wouldn't have been fair because Terry wasn't there. So next week, yeah, we'll see. And, be ready, though, because it could be not pleasant. And they say, on that note, okay, it feels weird. Oh, that's when they says, I'm going to go. No says, I'm going to go if no one else is going home. Then everybody, Kim Joy's really patting Karen's back towards the end, relieving her. Bryony gives Paul a big hug. She says, phew, hugs around. She goes, the great thing is at the end of each show, you get a clean slate. And Karen says, I please am not going home. My family will be giddier than I am. My girls are excited. My dog's not too keen. Oh, that I'm on the show. And John says, geez, it must have been close. And Dan says, John, you win next week. And John goes, well, it'll be stressful at the house again, but I know my daughter will be pleased. Yeah, then Dan calls Constance, which is super cute. Then I didn't realize there was like a post-credit sequence. So let's stick around. He's calling Constance right now. I think she says, very good and very tasty. And she says, I got to go play with my doll. I said, typical. That's happened. Yeah. It's happened to me before where you're like, call somebody, your child, and you're like, can't wait to connect with them. They say, I got to go. I'm in the middle of watching like a cartoon. You say, okay, bye. So, yeah, the sequence, there's the credits are running. And I said, they have a little post-credit sequence or no? Because I got up to leave the room. Let's see. We see all the credits, everybody who worked on the show. Executives, Channel 4 Television, By Love Productions, MMXV111. Then the Netflix symbol. I guess not. Then it goes out. And it ends. So I guess that was something for the next episode. And yeah, next week will be Spice Week, apparently. So that'll be fun. It'll be really exciting. And I'll see you then. For now, good night. All right, everybody. It's Spice Week here. Collection 6 or series, I don't know. Episode 5. This is our 6th episode, but... let's start with the opening. On mute, it's Sandy and Noel walking on grass. They're talking about bakers left are 9, but we had 9 last week. Well, one of the bakers Terry was under the weather, so we're back up to 9. We had 8 last week, but so they're just talking about math. Then we're going to take out 2 because no one went home this week, so they're going to go from 9 to 7. Are we clear? Yes. And that one's a little bit more of a slow comedy, or just like, you know what? I really like Noel and Sandy and like watching them think and talk it out. So let's see. There's a sequence of the lots of maths. Sticky signature, stress city. Karen says, crack on, crack on. So we have that part. And then here's the talking heads. Barbell. Oh, Terry has a barbell mustache. Oh, the camera goes through the gates. Then everyone's walking in. Mannon's talking about Spice and French. Kim Joy's excited. Terry said last week I was not well at all, but it's a lovely feeling to be back. And I could stay or go on merit. Ruby's thinking. Karen says, oh boy, the odds are high. Bryony says if she's a cat, she's down to 4 lives or less, maybe 3. We'll see how these 3 challenges go, Chuckles. So for their signature challenge today, they have to make a ginger cake. Any form of ginger you could choose, fresh, dried, stem, or syrup, which I don't know what stem is. It comes in a jar, dominant flavor, and a suitable size for family tea time. Noel says, I didn't know that. I don't know that. On your mark, get set, bake. So then Peru loves ginger cake, a balance of heat, spice, flavor, and warmth, Paul says. And you want something fudgy, a sticky cake. Oh, if you want that, stem ginger would be good. She goes, don't use fresh ginger, because if it stays in the oven for too long, it loses its flavor. Paul says, what about lime and a lemon would go well with it? A lot of molasses, I think, being poured. I'm not sure. There's tinned molasses, maybe. And again, here in the, like, I guess I see, I don't know if it's this episode or another one where they're using tinned ghee. And I said, I'd like to find some tinned ghee because that's good for all situations. I mean, depending on its like stability. And then tinned, I don't know, I guess I don't use molasses very much. So I don't know if I need tinned molasses. So let's see, briny cat. Oh, we got stem ginger was a question mark. With lime or lemon, I put a question mark. So Bryony's doing a honey apricot bee. Sandy burns Paul on this one. Let me go back. Paul goes, is there any ginger going to be in there in the apricot? Bruce says, she got ginger in the cake, Paul. Aren't you listening? Let's see, no ginger in the apricot. Oh, if I missed a trick here, good luck, Bryony. So I guess I missed the burn there. But Sandy's the one, huh? Maybe it doesn't come, the comedy doesn't come through as, oh, wait, maybe there's the laugh. Okay, apricot, honey, ginger. In a particular honey, bee honey from bees. Does Paul say what particular honey? Let me see. Be really hard on mute to pick up these jokes. So honey from bees. Paul says it's a honey from bees. Sandy says there's nothing you don't know, huh, Paul? So I managed to grind down. I managed to grind down that joke like stemmed ginger. Okay, nothing. Mixes. You got to mix up your fats, sugars, and syrups for this one. Gooiness, Manon says. Dan is making a treacle. Golden syrup, a batter, let's see, a lemon Swiss meringue in freezer. I don't know. Let me see. Let's see. Right now, Dan's stirring up. Oh, yeah, he's trying to melt the butter in there in his trickle golden thingamajig. Treacle? You say treacle, I say trickle. Milk. You forgot his milk. Sticky, heavy ginger cakes my mom used to make. His is a ginger and lemon drip cake. It looks really good. I made, not to change the subject and make this about me, but one day I'll make a buttercream and a meringue. This week I made a sour, what is that? Not sour cream cheese icing from scratch. But I guess when you say scratch, it's just cream cheese, confectioner, sugar, and what else? Vanilla. Something else goes in there. I don't remember what. Oh, butter, yeah. So, okay. Cake, lemon, Swiss meringue, ginger, chopper, crystallized ginger, dried ginger, chopped, stemmed ginger. Rahul is making a surprised sweet ginger. Oh, his mom was surprised. This is interesting. She says, why would people have ginger in a cake? In India, we usually use ginger for savory things, curries and things. So he's making a bonfire night caramel ginger cake, cinder toffee or something. He says, I remember my first bonfire night. And they said, did you like it? He goes, yeah, I didn't think it would work, but it did. He goes, because it's also like a balanced sweet. He goes, normally I'm used to eating super sweet or very sweet. Then they say Rahul is not the only one using, Karen's also doing a bonfire night ginger cake, updating cinder toffee, crystallized ginger. She goes, warm everybody up. There's brandy and the cream cheese frosting. Speaking of cream cheese frosting, thanks. And then Noel says, well, Prue likes to carry brandy in a hip flask. So he goes, my job to top it off. Big job, eh? They're all laughing. And then they show Ruby's using some rum in her cake batter. And she's like, this tastes good. Why bother baking if you can't make it boozy? I'd say hers is a Jamaican Me Crazy ginger cake. Booze balanced with triple hit of ginger. So she's using stem ground and ginger syrup from the stem. So stem ginger seems to be some sort of a ginger that's preserved in a syrup, which would be very good for cooking or baking, especially desserts. Learning curve. Oh, this is Rahul. Friends. Karen. Big deal as a kid. Ruby. Mannon's using fresh ginger and an Italian meringue buttercream ginger cake. No ginger cake or lemon curd in France, she says. So these are both new to me. And then Paul says, have you practiced it? She goes, a bit. And he goes, you haven't. She goes, I'm improvising. She goes, I had to work work was busy. Kim Joy or Dan, somebody's having a liquid. And they say, yeah, it's tough to know how long to bake these things. So that's called the cake batter sequence, high liquid content. Cake that's delicious, 165 for 50 minutes. That's O'Brien. He's putting hers in that. Karen has no milk in hers. Claggy and dense, somebody says, or that's one of the risks. I like that word claggy, though. Then Dan's a hot mess. He has his batter split. He's got cheese in his cheese in his cake batter. Noel says, I can't help you. I don't even know what you're talking about. Yeah, but he goes, yeah, there's like curds. Dan's like, I don't know anything that happened. Milk got too warm, I'd say. And Noel's making jokes. He's got like a kind of a fern, or yeah, I guess like a fern frond type shirt, fern fronds. Rahul's making his buttercream. Dan's trying to figure stuff out. He's a little, oh no, Brandy Alexander cream cheese frosting. That's what Karen's working on. Jam. So he ends up throwing his batter out after he puts his hands on his head, stresses, I'm going to start over, back to zero. I don't have a choice. Terry's singing. Let's see if we can catch that. Pinch pear and ginger cake. Butter on top. I don't know. Nolan Sandy do a shark puppet at 10:21. Oh, Dan says, curse a star baker. Sandy said, okay. Oh, take good care of me. This is Terry's lyrics. I don't want your love anymore. Oh, that's all he's saying. But he's a good singer. I really like Terry. An upside down cake. My handwriting was correct. Batter on top. So I guess the upside down cake, I never knew this. It's baked upside down so that the top is on the bottom and then you flip it when it comes out. Here's one thing I recognize about and do yourself a favor and pause it at, what time is this at? 46:50 left. But, so there used to be this cartoon or animated program when I was a kid called The Jetsons, which I think was repeats from an earlier time. I don't even think it was made when I was a kid, which you probably still watch somewhere. It was a sitcom, animated sitcom. But, and it was very similar to a lot of the ones at that time. So I think they were all based on The Honeymooners, maybe. This is just my guess. Because they also featured an exasperated, overworked male figure. And this one, the boss of the male figure, George Jetson, I think it meets George Jetson. Yeah, he had a boy, Elroy, and a daughter, Judy. And Jane, his wife, and then you'd go, but his boss, who I don't remember his name, probably, Cogsley Cogsworth, I think was his name, or Mr. Cogsworth, because George worked in a Cogs factory, which competed with like a widgets factory. This is all very thematic back in the day. The paradigm has shifted quite a bit, but then you're saying thematically, there's still some of the same themes. But anyway, the boss's favorite cake was a pineapple upside down cake. And it wasn't an ongoing gimmick, but it was just something that would come up every once. I don't know if they had seasons, but every once in a while, the boss would end up with a pineapple upside down cake on his head. And that show really glamorized pineapple upside down cake in a way that I never had it. I was always curious about it, but not so curious that I was like, I got to eat it either. But I said, well, that guy clearly likes pineapple upside down cake, and it sounds like a hassle. I don't know. I guess because I had fruitcake once, the idea of fruit on a cake for me, even though fruitcake is nothing like any of this, it kind of got me, I said, well, I don't ever need to have pineapple upside down cake, though maybe one day I'll make it now. But so then Noel's playing with a shark puppet as a time check, and Sandy's just watching him, and it's very comedic. So it's around 10 minutes in the episode, and she sighs and then turns and says, Baker's halfway through. Dan's still stressed. Sandy has this beautiful cherry shirt on. Noel's still running the comedy like, hey, that didn't get in the shot, did it? But her face is really good. She's good at quiet comedy. Everyone's faces, Dan stressed, so much to do. Mannon smell the ginger. Okie dokie. Tick-tock, tack-tack, as she says. I don't know if that's French. As the moisture increases, your baking time increases. There's a little factoid from you. If that wasn't enough to worry about, pears poaching is your first alliterative moment that I noticed. Kim Joy has a gingerbread house on tap. She's making some caramel pears. Oh, there's the pears poaching. Making biscuits. She's not just baking cakes. She's making a gingerbread house. She really likes miniature things. Crystallized ginger sponge. The house is going to be on top of the cake with a salted caramel cream cheese frosting. She says being home makes me think being at home. Pears in the background, like trees. She's so pleasant and happy in herself. I love Kim Joy. I mean, there's so many likable people on this season. John's also making a gingerbread family with his kids and some trees. Not to throw, cakes out of the oven. John's kids, there's something, I said, check the dialogue. Tiny balls, have a cup of tea. Oh, yeah, John's also thinking of home. He's making his kids, Hannah, Lucy, James, Emily. Noel says, are you sure that's me? Oh, hello, Hannah. Oh, I dropped her on her side. He says, there's one thing I don't know about children. Don't drop them on their side. Even gingerbread children. So, yeah, he's going on a ginger sponge, lemon glitter balls he's making, and touch of bling, agave solution to create his tiny lemon balls, jelly that melts in your mouth. He goes, I hope they go right because there's so many things, and I don't want to be one of the two people going out. He has a, holiday Hawaiian shirt on, with a reindeer, and I think it's Santa, but in a beach style. Okay, then we have, John drinks a cup of tea. Then everything starts coming out of the oven. Terry burns himself. He says, ow. Let's see. No time to thoroughly cool. Tiny house, Sad's house, wonky, really hot. Sandy's house. Noel says, is that Sandy's house? Where she's talking about Kim Joy's tiny house. 10 minutes. Terry says, this is a disaster. Her time is up. Final touches. I give up. We get a very sad Terry. They do say, we believe in you. Time to get started. Then, as they say, time is up, of course, that's when the big final music comes. Can't put it at the end of your workstations. John is wobbling his cake. Dan's cake, a proper drip. So then we go to the judging. They say, John, concise color. That's a nice alliteration. They also say claggy. They say these Goldie Balls are good. The flavor with the Goldie Balls is so good. Karen's, they say, oh, Karen, this is quite hard. Oh, Karen, too much, too boozy. She says, thank you for your appraisal of that. And Ruby, they say the drizzle looks great, delicious, but it ain't no ginger cake. Oh, John's doing a wobble dance to Dan's cake. Rahul says something very pleasing. I got to see what that is. It looks it's too lovely to look at. He gets a handshake. He goes. Paul says, "You're a hell of a baker," and he says, "It's quite annoying. You're really too good." And he says, "I'm sorry." Gotta figure out what that first word is. Something very pleasing. Bryony, she's wearing a bee pin. They say it looks good, but it's dry and not gingery. They put sweaty or sweetie, but TY. So maybe she said, am I sweaty? I don't know. Then Terry says, Jesus, this looks a mess. Interesting texture, very gluey. Then Kim Joy looks fantastic. This is the most beautiful, nice warmth. She gets a handshake. This is so impressive. Oh, she says she has sweaty hands, but she got a handshake. Very pleasing to look at. Lovely. This is Rahul back. Lovely and gingery, good texture. So I don't know what the A word was. I could let's see, bonfire night caramel ginger cake. Looks amazing. I guess that was the A. Looks amazing. Okay, that was the first word. Okay, then Dan's drip cake is a leaning tower of ginger. More and more confused. A pity. Oh, and then Mannon. I put but it's my spelling of Mannon. Very elegant, rich color. I get the ginger and the lemon. The soft sponge, one of the best. She gets a handshake from Prue. Anna Pat. I got a Prue Pat, she says. So then they do the talking heads. Everyone's happy for Mannon and Kim Joy. Everyone happy. John, Rahul. Dan drinks a soda, I think. I said, is Dan drinking soda or just coffee in a clear glass? Or then we see a bee and a flower. And that's time for our next challenge. Tech challenge is choice, mystery as any. Paul, any advice? Delicate baking, that's it. And they get sent out, and they say, well, where are they going? They say, they're going to play Fortnite. And she says, Sandy says, what's Fortnite? Let me see what they say here, because it's coming up. Paul set the challenge. Any advice? You do a good job. Delicate baking. That's it. That's it. So you two lovelies leave the tent. Noel says, yeah, they're playing Fortnite. What's Fortnite? Online fun time game. Prue's way better at it than Paul. Okay, 2 batches of 6 mamoul, which some people, it's a delicious ancient pastry from the Middle East. 1 batch with walnuts shaped with a mold, and the other batch with a date paste and pinched with mamoul tongs. And they say, there you go. No one's really familiar with this pastry, but it does sound good. Okay, 2 batches of 6, 1.5, I don't know. They say, okay, what is this? 1.5 mamoul, like mamoul, but mamoul, eaten at the end. Oh, it's usually eaten at the end of Ramadan. It's pretty punchy in flavor. It's a celebration of, this is when Paul and Pearl talk. It's like a celebration of the end of the fast. You have mastic, which is like a little bit like anise, and malab, which is inside the cherry kernel if you grind it down. And it also has a very potent flavor, quite like almonds and cherries at once, Bruce says. Those two spices go into the pastry. But the tricky part, Paul says, is you want to define the pastry have a definition. So don't overhandle it. Yeah, mastic, dough making, mastic talking, ghee, very crumbly. Date filling, guessing game, quarter teaspoon. There's no quantities. You want a softness, not a firecracker. Walnuts, hello, someone says. Funny flavor. There's some alliteration. It will be fine. Then their 1 hour left announcement comes. This is when we see the tinned ghee. Or I guess in the U.S. you'd say ghee in a can. Very crumbly, interesting. I mean, awful. Don't handle it for too long. Terry's having a lot of trouble. He says, I can't get this at all. Karen, wrong thing, wrong mold. So Karen actually mixed up because they had, you're supposed to make this one in this mold and that one with the tongs. So I think the date paste with the tongs, the pinched together one. But she says, boy, it's too late now. And I think Ruby says, crack on, Karen. Mamol tongs, and Noel says, then he does this tiny robot. He goes, oh, they're like tiny robot arms. Malab filling is only half the story. There, Karen says, walnuts, hello. A half hour left. Very good, quick, more like a biscuit, not too long. They're trying to figure out the baking time. The problem is that this particular pastry doesn't really change colors. Let's see. Don't know what I'm looking for. Terry's start to melt. So his pastries are melting in the oven. And Terry's like, I guess you kind of really feel for him. At least me and my daughter have throughout the series. But, like you like him, you're cheering him on. He's definitely the definition of an underdog. Probably shares some genes with me. So let's see, everybody's trying to assemble theirs right now. They don't look any different when they're cooked. Karen says, this is a disaster. And they say 1 minute. She says, that's it. They say 1 minute remaining. Correct. Terry says, what a mess. There's some dusting sequence of people dusting the tops of their things. Then Karen says, oh, dear, Karen, time is up. Rubbish, Terry says. And then they say, beautifully baked, Paul and crew. That's what they're looking for. So then they do the kind of judging. They go with John first. His is split. Baking's okay. Potent, it's too potent, the flavors. Slightly deflated. Too strong. Overbaked. So not great. Briny, flat, but I like it. It's a little bit too much, though. Something, I don't know. Terry, they say, this one has serious problems. No definition. So that didn't go well. Mannins, they say, delicious. Something, I'll see when it comes up. Rahul, good definition, well baked, flavors pretty good. When they go to Karen's, they say overbaked and dry. Kim Joy, neat flavors, good definition. John, they say uniform, buttery, and something else. Ruby, they say nice definition, very good. And the finals end up being Karen in ninth, Terry in eighth, John in seventh, Bryony in sixth, Manon in fifth, Kim Joy in fourth, Rahul in third, Dan in second, and Ruby in first. Also, Ruby has a blue Band-Aid on, which I've seen on other people's fingers before. It must be when they needed one. But I said, oh, they choose blue. And let's see, they do the talking heads. Dan says happy days. John's not happy. Terry says this is Terry says it's a disaster. Karen says something. We'll come back to that. We're going to run through it on live here. I mean, what? I don't know who says that. Dan says, I made mamuli. Okay, so everybody brings their things up. Paul and Peru are looking for beautifully baked pastries. There's our alliteration. Balance of spices, 6 and 6. But they don't know who's made what, but though they probably can guess. So they start with John's. The walnuts have split. You see the filling, but the bake's okay. But yeah, his is too potent. Too potent? Yeah. All right, let's just taste the date. Slightly deflated mamuls. They don't taste the dates. The spice is too strong. Overboard. That was the word I was looking for. Now we're at briny. Not much decoration, more of a flat biscuit. Okay. I like the pastry, though. Bitterness is that a bit too much, a bit too bitter. Terry, serious problems, they say. Poor Terry. Fall into pieces. Got too hot. Oil came out. No definition. That's a poor pastry. Bruce has nice flavor. Man, and no decoration. Low on the filling, but delicious. Rahul looks good. Ridges, well baked. Floral hint from the rose water. Pretty good. Karen, she mixed it up. Wrong shapes. Overbaked. Dry. Quite dry. Very dry. Kim Joy, neat, they say. She iced all of them. You're only meant to ice the walnut ones. Pastries and flavors are good. Potent, not so potent, and then fairly uniform. This is Dan's. Buttery pastry. Love that filling. Almost toffee-like. So Dan's happy. And then Ruby. Nice definition. A little, you can see the flour. Pastry's good. Very good filling. Now we rank them, so we know the rankings. Yeah, then we do the talking heads. Let's see, those are always good. Ruby's the one. She says, little old me, I won. And she's just really a good TV personality for sure. She goes, me? What? And then Dan says, geez, it's happy days because that signature didn't go well. So now I'm back in the middle. John says, not happy about that. I tried to go for it and it didn't work out. Terry says, well, that was a disaster. Everything felt right till it went in the oven. Karen says, I'm going to have a corking great showstopper tomorrow to come back. Then we go back. We have to march back on the next day. One Spice Week challenge remains. They face a challenge in the tent like no other. Prue's under the weather today, and they say, well, it's probably the spices didn't bother you. Paul's got a constitution of a rhino, he says. So it's going to be Paul solo judging. Raul, Mannon, and Kim Joy are in front. Ruby's up there, too. Karen and Terry are in a precarious position. Bryony maybe, too. Dan and John are in the middle, but they can't afford a bad day today. And they said, geez, you're handsome, Paul. Holy moly. And they have a laugh so Prue's under the weather. So they have to make a spice biscuit chandelier in 4 hours, which is a spice, you heard it right, breathtakingly beautiful, deliciously fragrant, edible spiced biscuit sculpture that can be hung as a centerpiece. Flavor and type of biscuits up to you. 4 hours. Get, set, bake. So they start with the start. They say, we got to build this thing from the top down. It's all about the spice biscuit. Do not overbake it or underbake it. We're looking for perfection. Everybody's spicing right now. Karen, let's see. She's doing some mixing as Paul's talking. This is slightly unusual way to do it. I think I see some turmeric, cardamom, cinnamon, nutmeg, warmth from the spice. You want it to be robust. Could collapse. If you under or overbake it, it's not going to hold its thing. Could be making 50, 60, 100 biscuits. It's all about consistency and perfection, obviously, Paul says. So Karen says, good morning. They say, okay, what are you up to, Karen? She says, well, I'm licorice and cardamom because I'm doing my Pontefract girls' school reunion biscuits. For, if we were having a reunion, we'd hang it. And that's where we've grown licorice. And I went to a school there. Our uniform was brown. We were called the Brown Liquor Girls. So that's funny. And they say, because of the licorice? And she goes, yeah, Paul, real funny. She goes, so we were tipping back. Then they do another fraught mixing sequence. Oh, boy, don't, get to hang these things. Don't overdo it. Funnily enough, Ruby says, John's shirt, marshmallows, 21st. Oh, it's John's daughter's 21st birthday. He's putting marshmallow in there. It is Santa. Not only is Santa Claus in a swimsuit, he's, what do you call that? Water surfing? No, water skiing. So he's making a chandelier for Emily's 21st birthday. And there's nothing kids love more on their 21st birthday than their dad making them a cookie chandelier. Actually, most cool kids, I think, would like that. And I think about it. I just had to shut my cynic down with the truth. Now, Dan's making these for Constance's birthday, kaleidoscope butterfly. What is this called? Chandelier, royal apple icing and cinnamon. And Paul's doubtful that it'll have enough apple, because he's just putting the apple in the icing and it's hanging. And Dan actually talks back to Paul. I like that. He goes, this is a ridiculous challenge. And Dan goes, have you ever looked up a biscuit chandelier on the internet? And Paul goes, why? And he goes, because there's nothing there, dude. He goes, you just made this up to be, aggro. Kim Joy, this one, is this the one? I think this is the one where Kim Joy just, it's like off the charts. She's making this spiced ice Christmas chandelier, festive with icing. It's worth watching the episode just to see her work. She's making 28 hanging biscuits, which she really wants to put in a lot of decorations. Mannon's also doing a Christmas party. Hers is Great Gatsby. She's doing Art Deco, which also turns out like a phenomenal looking. Tonka bean is even going in there. I do not have the patience and the accuracy or whatever that these bakers have. She talks about what she's learned from using Tonka bean before. Terry's, his dough's wet already. It's like, he's throwing the biggest Christmas party he can, 12 days of Christmas. Paul goes, you're going to make, 12, 11, 10, 9, circling down. He goes, that's a lot of biscuits, 78 characters. He goes, yeah, I got to get to work. He's using 2 different flavors of biscuits, cinnamon, clove, and pepper, and then allspice and vanilla. And he has plans to decorate all 78. And they say, Terry, rein it in, man. And he goes, well, I made some milking. So I'm on number 8, down to made some milking. Then they do an overhead shot of the tent. Paul's reading the Liverpool English Dictionary. Or not Paul, I'm sorry, Noel. And he's saying, without Peru here, I have to do some Liverpoolian to learn to speak Paul. Narky, is that right? State of irritation. And then they say 1 hour left. Everybody's putting stuff in the oven and popping up. Terry's talking about how some of his are already burnt. Then the structures are starting to get assembled. They say, okay, you can put it on plastic, but the whole plastic has to be wrapped totally, like the plastic has to be wrapped in biscuit. Let's see, if it weren't complicated enough, planning all the structures, dangly bits, plastic covered in biscuits, plastic covered in bishops. Okay, they're going to Ruby, but I'm not there yet. The TV got ahead of me, so thin, no love, everyone's hanging stuff. Ruby's making a peacock chandelier. It's going to be, it's supposed to be sandwich biscuits with a ganache, and they say, well, it's pretty warm. And she goes, I think it'll be fine. I left it at my place hanging overnight, and it worked out. And they say, was it for cold in your place? And she goes, yeah, Bryony's making a turmeric latte chandelier, which is perfect. That's like what you're supposed to drink at bedtime. I mean, without coffee, but like that's what it's one of those drinks, golden milk, I think they call it. And they said, just when we thought it couldn't get any weirder, Paul even has this blank look on his face, and her hands are turning very yellow from the turmeric. Rahul, he's working on a whole plan, heading east, Sandy says, Durja Puja party. He goes, this is a mother goddess. It's a cardamom. It's from a Hindu festival. It's going to have all these different shaped biscuits. How many biscuits? 150. They say, what? He goes, yeah, I know. And Paul says 150 biscuits. And he says, yeah, I'm going to try my best and see how far I can get. Then they do another exterior shot. And then Sandy's having like a tart, or she has a tray of tarts that are unrelated to the competition. And Noel pretends he's dressed as Prue. And she says, so you're halfway through. And everyone's trying to see. Terry says, time's evaporating. Out of the oven sequence and a cooling sequence. Bryony's biscuits have a weird crack. Ruby's glasses are fogged up. And somebody says, I've lost count. She's lost count of how many biscuits, but it's like, cool. Her glasses are fogged. Then there's a decorating sequence. Dan's using synthetic apple, synthetic assistants. Kim Joy's doing some amazing piping. 3 exclamation points. Wet on wet technique Dan's using on his icing. Bryony's got a little psychedelic thing going. Noel is testing Raul something. We'll see. Let's see. We're watching right now. We're doing the Dan's wet on wet technique, which really is beautiful. It's like very feathery. He's using a fan. Terry's behind, of course. 21 biscuits still to make. He hasn't decorated yet. Psychedelic disco. That's what Bryony's are looking like. Paul's staring at Terry. Terry says, don't worry, Paul. It's going to look better. Oh, yes. So Noel's eating Raul's biscuits and saying, these are pretty good. I don't even know what cardamom is. Okay, so then where we go back, Karen takes something out of her oven and she loses something, breaks. Terry's burnt his biscuits. There's half an hour left, showtime. So then we do the assembly, which is terrifying, trying to hang these biscuits. And there's music and stress as everyone's running around, putting stuff together, saying showtime, ribbons, rope. Everyone even has a little stand set up at their thing. A terrifying task. There's some alliteration. Assembling the delicate chandeliers, making sure all of it hangs equally. And Kim Joy's making her icicles. Fishing. Some people are using ribbons. Some people are using fishing line. I said, wow, even that would be hard. Rahul's biscuits are a little soft, he says. Karen says, oh boy, this is some pressure here. And keep going. John's biscuits break. He's stressed. Ganache let me down. Ruby says 5 minutes. Tight on time. Terry's turtle dove loses its. My turtle dove has a crick in its neck. Then they say, I don't know who says it. I think Sandy says, Will, like with John's, is not going well. She says, will little girl's dreams turn into a grown man's nightmare? Ruby gives up on sandwiching. 7 maids left. Assembly. Time is up. Step away. Ruby looks at Raul. She goes, you are so annoyingly good. Then we go outside. We see ducks. Then it's a judgment time. Manon, they say, looks amazing. Manon. Come on. Manon. Sorry, Manon. All the same shade, the checkerboard. Then they say, wow, this checkerboard technique, which one did you use? But then her checkerboards start falling. They say, not much spice, Paul says, but very impressive. Dan's butterflies for Constance, kaleidoscope, pattern is exquisite. The taste, no cinnamon, it tastes synthetic. Let's see, then they go to Ruby's, who they say beautifully baked. Let's see, something else, though. Something delicate. Let me see. He says, peacock chandelier. She goes, yeah, I didn't get the sandwiches. Just like you said. He takes a bite. He goes, yeah, cardamom is delicious. Beautifully baked biscuit. So triple alliteration. Rahul, great sugar work, beautiful. Time was against you, though, so you couldn't get it finished, but the flavor melts in your mouth, the butter and the biscuits, colors are good. I mean, the piping even, he says it's a bit messy in places, but, I mean, holy cow, 150 biscuits. He's always so intense, man. Cardamom melts in your mouth. Biscuit butter and the biscuits is beautiful with a little bit of blossom. So that's a lot of bees. Karen's, they say, looks chunky. There's something weird in there. Flavor. Yeah, there's a Karen even makes a joke. Let's see. Taste it. Karen opens her eyes. Oh, the licorice and cardamom together tastes like ginger. But maybe you need a pure licorice. Brian Easy says, curious texture. Getting a little clove, the turmeric, it's unusual. So then Kim Joy, exquisite piping in detail. Clever, good spices, classic warmth, gorgeous, well thought through. I mean, like hers, like it's almost like a painting, some of her piping work, on these like almost like Christmas ornament type things of like these winter scenes. Terry, did you finish it? Some are burnt, quite bland. And they say, well, your idea was good, but you took on too much. Then they say, John, yours is a bit, messy. It's buttery, delicate, as far as flavor, something, I guess I got to read it because I can't read my handwriting. Apologies, but, just a fact of the thing, yeah, took on far too much cherry. Here's John's. Bit messy, needs finishing off, he splits his with the marshmallow, tastes it. Paul's focusing. Cinnamon is the king here. It's really like a shortbread. It's such a delicate, buttery biscuit. If I was blindfolded, it would have been fantastic. And they say, cheers, thanks, John. Then we see stress faces, 2 people who are leaving. Then they have Terry comment on Paul before they announce it. Or is this after they announce it? This is like, yeah, first they do the tease up. Yeah, it'll be a big jump going from 9 to 7. Bryony says, I think I'm okay. Terry says, Paul's a diplomatic gentleman, very kind, actually. John says I could do better. Hopefully, I did enough with my flavors to get me through. Karen says, she says, I'm going home. Of course, no doubt about it. Then we see the ducks in the river creek. They go, okay, who's going to be, then there's the table talk. Yeah, Miss having Prue here. They say, Miss T-Talk, who's first? Rahul, Kim Joy. You want us to help? Paul goes, yeah, no, I don't want any help. Then we have the bakers in a row. They say, well done. This is a fragrant success. Star bakers, Kim Joy. As they say, then they go, yeah, there's two people leaving, Karen and Terry, and there's sad music, there's tears, there's hugs, and there's really, like, let's get to the talking heads, because it's actually beautiful. Like, both Sarah and Karen, I really wanted to hug them. Really, like, a grounded, emotional moment to close the episode. Karen says, yeah, I've had a crazy few weeks here. And she goes, outside of having your family, like, this is a big personal achievement. I don't think anything other than my family's going to top this. And Terry's trying to keep it together, but once he's alone, he says, she's like, this is just something. He goes, yeah, I said I wouldn't get upset. And he's just got these, like, beautiful eyes. So he says, geez, he goes, when you're on your own, because he just talks about loss, he gives everybody a big hug. He goes, I don't know. He tells his personal story, and he goes that like, this really helped him. This gave him something to focus on. And he says how much he's going to miss everybody. I met some lovely people. I'm sure we'll keep in touch for a long time. And he goes, this has been a big help for me, a big help. And he goes, I'll remember for a long time. And yeah, then we get more hugging goodbye. And Terry says, I won't stop baking. I'll look for more adventurous projects in a bigger time frame. And Karen says, no baking for a bit. I'm going to take a break. Everybody compliments Kim Joy. She's happy. She's got a cupcake pin on and another pin I can't quite see. Oh, book maybe? And she goes, I didn't think it would be this week. It was Spice Week, but she goes, it makes me feel like I've learned things, and it's nice, but then I feel like pressure's on for me next week, so I'm going to have to practice a lot. And it closes out. And I guess there isn't a post-credit sequence like I imagined, or I accidentally saw, but that's the end of Spice Week. Good night.